So people might be surprised about my thumbnail. So relax. Chelsea lady play today, no Chelsea guys. We play on Saturday, and I do not want to remember that. We'll get there when we cross the boat when we get there. Like the video, subscribe, smash the like button, guys, smash the like button. So we're gonna be talking about Chelsea's Potter's future in terms of what is going on. We're gonna be talking about Chelsea woman Emma Hayes. We're gonna be talking about the Standford Bridge redevelopment. We're also gonna do about throwback picture. Most importantly, we're gonna talk about the semi-final between Chelsea versus FC Barcelona, the repeat of the 2021 final where Chelsea lost, the Chelsea lady lost, and we're gonna talk about the tremendous job in which Emma Hayes has done for the ladies. People might talk about the ladies did, but she has done a fantastic job for me in terms of the way she coordinated herself as a woman, the way she coordinated the team, and they believe the players as in her that makes her successful. I'm happy for her. Overall, I'm happy. So many technical players. I can't keep mentioning Juan Kebi, so many of them, Laura James, Sam Kerr, so many Penila Hada, so many of them magnificent player, and Boka, and that when they say what her name is, it Bukela? I've forgotten how to pronounce her name. She is very good too. I'm impressed with what I've seen with the woman. We're also going to talk about Potters too because I'm looking at our April fixture. I'm worried. In as much I'm worried, I'm not mad because I didn't see her doing some of those matches. And I'm also hearing from Fabricio, from Simon Johnson work for the Athletic, Nagelsmann and Luis Enrique might be the one to replace Potter. But we have to wait. And if the result doesn't improve based on the report we're hearing, there might be a serious conversation.
Relax.
And if that happen, I'll be the happiest guy on the earth because that is my special Ramadan prayer and Ramadan gift. I hope and pray to God it happens. But till then, I wait. Like the vid, smash the like button, get African likes up, like that vid, guys. Let's move, my people. Yo, my people out there now, like the video, subscribe, smash the like button, get African likes up, get the likes up, guys. So let's talk a little bit about the the match that just finished between Chelsea versus Olympic Lyon, the 8-time Champions League winner in the ladies division when it comes to Champions League. They are the current holder of the UEFA Champions League in terms of the ladies. And what a performance from the ladies. I remember the last Champions League final we entered was in 2021 when we lost to FC Barcelona. Again, for the second season in a row, we're going to be facing them again. In 2 years' time, we are facing the current Ballon d'Or winner, the 2-time Ballon d'Or back-to-back winner, Alexis Putellas. Again, Lord have mercy on them. But this time around, I believe we're going to beat them because I believe we have more players in terms of technical ability, players that can finish. It's just about them clicking together. I'm happy, and I'm also going to talk about Emma Hayes. She's done a fantastic job in terms of the ladies division. I'm happy for her, and I'm proud of the kind of accomplishment she's putting together. I'm proud of her. So smash the like button, guys. Like that video. Let's move. So Phillips, give me your take on the Chelsea woman.
Fantabulous. They are so good. In fact, I will just leave the Mayan for now. Let me go and focus on the because it's better I'm happy than crying every weekend. You see that female, since that Chelsea manager Emma took charge of those women, they have been winning the title every year.
Yeah.
And you know what that means for you to be, and and this year we are still at the top of the, we are still at the, we still have a game on hand.
One
I know
point.
we are in the
Yeah.
third possession.
Mm.
Yes, we still have one outstanding. So, and the reason why this season is kind of like difficult for her is because of the injury. Of course, you talked about it. So,
Mhm.
if not that injury, to me, I think they are still going to win the league again. But I'm not going to give up. They are still going to like prove us wrong and also win that league. You see the Champions League today. This is what a club always shows that you are up to that level, not you showing that you are not up to that level. Because if you watch the game, because I watched it myself,
I did, yeah.
this, this game was almost finished. When I say finish, this game was almost finished. With the substitute the manager was making in the last minute, I noticed that, I never knew that, Frank Kirby and Ada,
Penny
if,
Lahada, yeah.
yeah, she was injured, and
I was injured, yeah.
and I was like, oh wow. And immediately I go to the substitute and I find out they are not in the bench. And I was like, oh, these people are injured again. So if something like that can happen, so and those people, to me, I was thinking if those people was in this game, I know what Chelsea can do.
And
Not
what?
that Lyon is a little team, but Lyon has won the UCL for like how many
Eight
seasons
times.
now?
Eight in
Eight
a row.
times. This is the two times they failed to win that trophy, of which you know what it means. So to me, I know that this 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 manager, this Emma, you have done a great job for this Chelsea female.
Mhm.
Of course, I would really appreciate her for that, because for her to make these people to look good to that standard is a very big improve. The way he signed players and everything has been a great improver for the team. And again, there will be a semi-final for Chelsea. So that semi-final is going to be against Barcelona. Of
Yeah.
course, we know Barcelona as a team. They are very good,
Mm-hmm.
of which we notice they have Ballon d'Or winner,
Yeah, but the current Ballon d'Or winner, Alexis
Alex Portela.
Petrunas. Yeah.
Thank you. They have Ballon d'Or winners, and they have not just that alone. Our Nigeria football player is on fire this season.
Azizi
Uh,
Ola.
Ashola. Thank you. So that is going to be a difficult game also. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not going to read that off for
But as
me.
long as you believe in, for me in football, once you have that belief, you're gonna anything is possible for me in football. Even 1% faith can always put it through. Sometimes superstar doesn't win. I always tell people superstar doesn't win football. It's all about team
Mm.
and togetherness. Once you have
Yeah,
that team and togetherness with you, you're gonna win match. I know how good Barcelona is because they've been dominating in
they
Spanish
are
league. But
very good. I
when you
can't lie.
talk about
They are
when you
very
talk
good.
about togetherness and how team has gone through, I can give it to the team that has been together for a very long time. So that's for me though. But I understand football sometimes might be crazy, but I still don't believe superstar can win you match. It's all about
But you
playing
see
together
this
as a team
that Barcelona,
and
I'm not going
understanding.
to lie you. I
No.
should lie. I do have a lot of respect for my club, but the way
Same with me
Barcelona,
too.
the way Barcelona play, sometimes when you see something, you will just say the truth. I don't know if you get me. You don't have to back
I know.
Mm.
anybody,
I know.
because you see that Barcelona team,
Hmm.
man, they are good. I can't lie,
Yeah, I
they
know.
are
That's
so
what I'm
good.
saying. That's what I'm saying. Majority of the players that played this year, Sam Kerr, Frank Kirby, Penila Hada, Mehaida, all of them, they remember that 2021 when we lost. Even the
Mm.
same manager is there. So it will be ringing in their head because they know it's a big matter. These people beat us in the final. We're gonna show the world how good of a team we can beat them. And as long as we believe, you're gonna defeat them. Barcelona is a very wonderful team. I respect them so
Mm-hmm.
much because I know how good of a team they are. But I will tell people again, football is all about togetherness and togetherness and communication in team. Superstar
Yep.
doesn't win you a football match. E.g. Paris Saint-Germain, Kylian Mbappe, Messi, Neymar. What have they won? No UCL. So together doesn't win you football match. It's all about playing together as a team and understanding each other, how the team can play, how you can fit. Sometimes I prefer packing the balls and win 1-0 and go home. I would love that. I'll take that. Play blah blah blah. I'll take 1-0 and just move. Shut up shop and just move away. I'll take that. I'll gladly take that because I believe that will also help the confidence of the player. And I'll tell people, Kirby and Co has been injured. And despite them being injured, this team still kind of play without them.
The only person I believe on that squad, I know Laurent James is playing well, but you know, there's nothing like Frank Kirby. You want to see her. I don't know if you used to watch our Chelsea female football match every time.
Everything was around that. I know everything was around
Frank Kirby. You know what I call her? I call her Chelsea Prime Hazard. The time Hazard was in Chelsea, that's our Hazard.
Kirby is very good. She's very good. I'm not joking. Frank Kirby is very good. She is very good.
That's our Hazard. No other person.
She's very good. She's a damn good player. And I kind of like her because she is good. She's damn good. So, Tom, I think on the ladies match. Do you watch the match?
No. Listen, I'll be real honest with you. I know enough about women's football to know the sort of quality of the game and everything, but I don't watch it week in, week out. I don't have the time to with the job that I work and the businesses that I juggle. I just don't have the time to. So, but I know about with Emma Hayes and everything as a coach and everything. I think she's probably one of the best female coaches in England. I'll be real enough to say that.
Yeah.
Especially what you've said about with the team and things like that. Lauren James as well. I know about that with the bloodline with Reece James and things like that. And we know that those, brother and sister sort of duet, if you like. It's in the blood. It's in the mindset. Like. You play to the final whistle. You give your all at the end of the day on a field, and I think the men's game with football, I think, could learn a lot from the women's game in terms of the women's game. It's not a case of you have that debate. You don't have that debate like you have with Messi, Ronaldo, and that. You don't have that. That's not sort of associated with women's football. If we're being honest, is it?
Yeah.
The way I look at it is, it's who's got the best team on the best day. And ultimately, Barcelona's like a women's team. Essentially, they are like the best. Let's be honest in saying it. They are the Real Madrid of the Champions League, if you want to call it that, in terms of the women's sort of game. And you got, I think, did you get beat 4-0 or something last year? Like they literally like wrapped you up in a spliff and blew away as if it was nothing. But ultimately, I do respect Emma Hayes as a coach. I think she's a very good coach, and obviously I think she's got a group of young ladies there who work together as a team. They know their roles, positionally wise and tactically, and ultimately it brings the success at the end of the day. And I think potentially England, maybe women's team, could be a potential future job for Emma Hayes due to the business that she's done at Chelsea. If she wanted to challenge herself, maybe on a more higher scale, the women's game, we know with England winning the Euros, it completely blew up in terms of they outdid the men because the men had the chance with the World Cup one year and then the Euros the following year, and they couldn't bring it home, and the women's team did. So I think it does bode well, especially for women's football. And it obviously helps to promote it within England as well, for people like myself to get engaged and potentially make time if I don't have the necessary time at this moment in time, but potentially later down the line or in the future to watch with more women's games and have more involvement and engagement in what's actually going on. But ultimately and overall, I think Champions League, whether it be men's, women's game, it's a big competition, and you get to a semi-final. Like you've done something to get there, whether it be brilliant team performances, tactics, analytics, coaching, whatever it is. Like they all culminate together, and ultimately you get your just rewards out of it towards the end anyway, and that's what they've done. And overall, I just look at the whole outset of the team. There's a lot of good women's teams nowadays. City, with the investment that they've put in, Manchester City are building a good team there. Got a new stadium as well as they do. Arsenal as well. Manchester United. We've got a good
United, yeah.
We've got a good couple of young players as well, Russo and stuff. So listen, there's a lot of good talented women's teams and women's sort of playing groups out there. And ultimately, it's a case of where I always do believe in equal equality, and I think I take the men's game for example, and I think the amount of money that UEFA and FIFA and stuff, these organisations that they put into, say, just men's football side of things anyway, I think there needs to be some sort of equal measures to do that for the women's teams, or at least increase the interest of it. Instead of maybe, because we know with a men's World Cup, there's that intensity when you build it up for 4 years when you have to wait for it. A women's World Cup, like, make it 2 years. Make it 1 year it's the Euros, 1 year it's the World Cup. Always have an international women's tournament. Or you create like what they did with the UEFA Nations League. You do something like that. Make different groups of qualification and things like that. Have some competitiveness there. They're doing it with a FIFA club. Is it like club?
Club World Cup. Yeah, Club World Cup.
A club World Cup. You have 32 teams, or you win your domestic league, you get entry into it, or something like that. I can't remember how it works anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Do something like that for the women's game. Like, take the best 4 teams from Spain, England, Dutch, Germany, Dutch. Take the best 4 teams and stick them in a tournament. Like you do maybe with a pre-season tournament or whatever. Like do something like that and help boost the repertoire of the game. But no, just as a final point, I think with Emma Hayes as a coach and everything, I think maybe higher expectations, potentially going to manage England at a later point in time. But for now, you've got to respect her in what she's doing.
So I'm so proud of the woman, especially not even Emma Hayes, because I remember then when she took over, we won so many matches. People were like, the hiccups about this woman winning the UCL. Can they cover? Can they do this? She did it to 20. There was the breakup because of the Alexis Putellas and I'm like, I can see us going back. And when I saw us buying from Kerr, buying someone, I was like, okay, Kerr is a good striker. I love Kerr. See us buying Lauren James and this central back, what's her name? I don't want to put that name, number 26 for Chelsea, who play for the ladies, who plays in the middle. I'm like, this team is kind of putting themselves together to form a formidable squad and a formidable team. Yeah, so I'm like, if they can give Emma Hayes a time to build this team, we might see one of the a Chelsea team that is a record to beat in world football in terms of ladies. And I'm happy that she's here because she's here. She has the experience. She's been here for a very long time, so she understands the women's football. And everybody in that team understand what she wants. And like her, she instilled that discipline that this is Chelsea Football Club. You have to win. There is no secondary team. This is Chelsea. You have to win. You have to. Whether you like it or not, you gotta win. You might say, you have to win. Whether you like it or not, you gotta win. I'm happy she's instilled that mentality. We might say not talk about the men things, the men that, but we have to also look at the ladies too, because they've done so many. They've done a lot. Yes, Barcelona, Real Madrid are kind of forced to be reckoned when it comes to Spanish League champions.
Of course,
But Lyon are the 8-time champions. They are the defending champions of the Champions League.
Yeah.
And they are the holders. They've won the most. And for Chelsea to knock them out, it's not just a fluke. It's a statement and telling the other guys that we are not here to play. We are here to we mean business is here. We mean business. Yeah. Lyon are not a trash team. They are a defending champion for some. They beat Barcelona last season, 3-0 in the final.
In the final, like they crushed them. I watched that match. He was so like they knew Barcelona team. Horrible. Like
this is Barcelona with Alexis Putellas and co. And Asisala Oshuala and everybody. They beat them. They're small to them. That's how good this Lyon team are. They know how to play football.
Well, you come in to compete. You're not coming to compete. You're coming to take over at the end of the day. That's sort of the mindset that you need to look at overall. But no, I do, just what I was saying about with the financials of the women's game. Like let's be honest, it's miles behind. Like I don't even know. Has there ever been like even a £1 million female player that's gone for like a record fee or anything? Like We speak about it like there's players like Neymar that go for nearly £200 million nowadays. If Mbappe leaves PSG, like you're talking 250 million. Like
Yeah, it's possible.
the women's game will. Let's be real. Like it will probably never reach those sort of financials. But like, has there even been a player that's gone for 10 million as like to a women's team, whether it be Europe or? I can't
I don't
think of
think so.
one. This is what I mean. I can't think of one off the top of my head. And like in terms of prize money and things like that, like I don't think the competitions are like lengthy enough. So it's either you increase the financials for winning something, or you create more competitions like you're doing with the men's team, for example, like
Yeah.
they've done with the Club World Cup. And I think the negotiator, what's his name? Infantino,
Infantino. Yeah,
yeah.
Infantino. Yeah.
Gino Infantino, the president, has stated that he wants to renegotiate the terms for the FIFA World Cup to be hosted every 3 years instead of 4. Like doing little things like that, I think it depends on how you want to look at it, because you could look at it and think, well, you're doing it because you need the money over, sustainability and making money as an organisation. But you do need to look at it from both perspectives of where you've got the men's game, which professional men's game, you've got the professional women's game. You've then got the youth women's game as well, where you have youth cups, you have youth international tournaments. Same thing for men's. You have under 21s tournaments, under 23 tournaments. You probably even got as far as down as like under 16s who have international and European tournaments. At those stages of levels, like you have it with the under 21s World Cup, for example. Like you see it all the time with different young players, and in terms of like game ball and play, there isn't a lot of it, especially for lower levels of football. Say it with it be women's or men's, in terms of youth sort of level of games. But overall, like you just said earlier about such as Lyon and Barcelona, these sort of teams, in terms of the women's game, that is really what's holding those sort of clubs up, if we're being honest, financially, because the men's teams aren't competitive in the modern day era. Lyon don't have the finances to compete with PSG in the French league. Let's be honest, they don't. Barcelona, I don't even they're on the verge of bankruptcy. They can't even register Gavi's contract. It's been terminated. So is it on a youth player's contract? And he might go for free in the summer. They've got the scandal with the referees and the frauds and there and stuff. And, overall, it's just a shambles, isn't it? Let's be honest. And these clubs, they're being held up by the same sort of foundations that they're built upon, equality and women's game and, youth teams and things like that. But there needs to be equal opportunities, is what I'm saying, in terms of it all. But I think overall, you look at, some of the circumstances with some of the players, like here, for example, and Karatina Berg, for example, with treatment for cancer. You have these sort of fairy tale stories, if you like. We've seen it in the men's game with Christian Eriksen. For the people that don't know anyway, he actually died on the football field, and they had to bring him back to life via defibrillators and things like that. He died on that football field in Denmark. I think people look at that and think you can go from that to then playing at the highest level as you did in the Premier League, and the most competitive Premier League probably in the in a lot of eras at this moment in time, with the amount of games that you play week in, week out, and he can still manage to play nearly 2 to 3 games per week on average. Like, you look at that and you think these sort of life things that throw challenges in your life or whatever, it doesn't affect where you can be or what you can achieve, whether it be as a footballer or just in life in general. But overall, like you say, you take the positives from it all, but you need to go on and win it. That's the thing you need to do. You need to go on and win it and make it worthwhile of the success that you've got.
Yeah, I know it's Barcelona. But it's gonna be very tough. But I have to believe in the ladies. They will put through for me.
Yeah, just have
for me, in world football, no team is not beatable. Every team is beatable.
Every team is beatable, of course.
As long as you take your chances, you will beat them. For me,
Yep.
everything are beatable as long as you take your chances. And that's why I keep telling people, superstar doesn't win your matches. That's
No.
why I use PSG as an example, because when you have Neymar, Mbappe, and Co, they've been bottling in this year. They only went to this year final once with Thomas Tuchel. Since then, they've been bottling it. Quarterfinal,
Yep.
round of 16, semis, quarterfinal, round of 16, semis. That has been their body. And they have who? Kylian Mbappe. They have who? Neymar. They have who? The what? The Ballon d'Or winner, the World Cup winner, Leo Messi. None of them won.
Yep.
No UCL. So if you look at superstar doesn't win, as long as you play your matches and you take your chances, you will beat them.
Yep.
People doesn't rate him. Look at Nagelsmann and Bayern. People say Nagelsmann he went to Bayern. Look at the way he stifles Kylian Mbappe. Mbappe did not play anything that second leg in PSG. He took out Messi. He took out Mbappe. That is the World Cup winner playing on the pitch with the second best player in World Cup on the same pitch together with the manager who doesn't have the experience. So you might kind of couple the team together, but like I keep telling people, superstar does not win you matches.
No.
You have to play together as a team. Team play, communication. You have to have that connection with each other. With that, you win football matches. For me,
it's like you want to take the comparison. Like, obviously, we'll be moving on topic and everything, but with Potter, for example, like you revert it over to the men's game, like. When he brought all those players in and everything, they weren't a team. They were disjointed and there's no connection, there's no affiliation between them. But like when I said a couple of weeks ago with it, when you guys were telling him, oh, no, he needs to be sacked on the spot and he's lost to bottom of the league Southampton, and you were having meltdowns about it all. But like, you need to give a man a little bit of time to work with players, whether it be individually or anything. And when you're coaching a squad of 30, when on average a lot of squads in the Premier League barely even average like 22, 24 players, you've got more players of whom shouldn't really be there. Like Hakim Ziyech should be on loan at PSG right now, not there. Like Gallagher should probably be playing first team football somewhere. Loftus-Cheek, Mason Mount, these players, like there's 4 players that you can take off that list that I've just said, and suddenly you get back to the minimum average of like a Premier League squad. And you take that in the women's game. I think the women's game, like I think there's a cap of 24 players, is it? 25 players of a squad. I can't remember what it is anyway. I think it's different with regulations, but ultimately you look at the cap of the squads and the time frame that you have to work with these groups and players. Emma Hayes has been there a couple of years now, has she not? Like, so ultimately you give somebody the time that they need to develop connections and relationships with players, and they will either bring you that success or they'll show out in your own eyes as to they can't cut it at the highest level. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, I know this from my own football club, he was a brilliant person for the players. The impact that he brought, the feel-good factor as soon as he came through the door, and we went on that massive winning run. But that can only last you so long until you either show us what you've really got as a manager with your tactics, your play style, or you show us that you aren't cut out for the top level. And he wasn't cut out for the top level.
Sorry to cut you short. That's why we'll get to the point. That's why my issue with all Chelsea fans with Potter is.
We'll move on to Potter now, but go on, Abdullahi.
Yeah, because we haven't got the run of games where people are saying, okay, we've won so many matches, we can tell this man. This man, we don't even know the tactics, his style of play, his decision making is poor. You make an example of Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. I'm like, okay, I understand Solskjaer because maybe like play for United, win the UC and everything. I get that. I know I would only wants to play counter defensive football, counter attacking, and boom, it's a goal.
That's the thing though. Counter attack, like I said with Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, counter attack is not a style of play; it's a tactic. That's the difference in terms of demographic. You look at Graham Potter, for example, and this is why I've always referred it back to you guys with Chelsea, is the way that Graham Potter plays and his Chelsea team play right now, that is how he was successful in his time at Brighton. It is 3 at the back, consistent formation and transitional play, possession and pressing on the front foot, and then you use transitional play and you feed off of a target man. Like he did with players like Danny Welbeck, Neil Maupay, different style of strikers. You guys have got somebody who's pretty much in between those 2 players that I mentioned, a Maupay and a Danny Welbeck, where Kai Havertz has the pace to get away from players, and he has the speed to get away from players, but he also has the creative spark of a game where Danny Welbeck had that when he was at Manchester United, for example, and at Arsenal when he was a young player. He had that creativeness, that side to him where he can chip a player, he can take the ball past goalkeepers, if you need to and score the goals. But ultimately and overall, the assessment of it is with Potter, and this is the one thing that I've always said with him is he's a manager where he won't walk through the door. And I said this to you when you appointed him. He ain't going to walk through the door and wave his magic Harry Potter wand and suddenly, shebang, you're going to be in the top 4. It doesn't work like that. On average, if we're being honest, whenever a new manager comes into a job mid-season, it's very rare that they end up finishing top 4. Would we agree on that? I think it's rare that Conte was maybe an exception.
Only Tuchel.
Well, Tuchel, yeah, but listen, that was like a 4 months of badness, wasn't it? He won the Champions League and everything. But I get your point. Overall, as an assessment, when you look at the basics of it, Graham Potter's a coach where he needs to come in and he needs to go away with these players. Where you're locked away for 3 weeks. You have no families, you have no thingy, you have no communication to the outside world. You are a team, essentially. And what I mean by that is a pre-season tour. 3-4 weeks, you are away as a group. You don't text your family, you don't speak to them, see them, nothing. You're there to play football and learn your style of play for the season. And ultimately, over that time frame, you'll develop relationships with your players as a manager. You'll develop them, and once you develop that connection with players will start to listen to you. They'll start to be engaged more with your style of play. I remember an interview with BT Sport. It was when Pochettino was manager of PSG, and they were previewing a game, him and Rio Ferdinand, and Kylian Mbappe walked in the room, and he stated about how Kylian Mbappe is always engaged in terms of he always has a good connection with the coaches, but he will always pressure them as to what can I do more. What can we do in this sort of position? What can we do? Transitional play, movement, mobility. When players question you as a coach, it's not so much about they're questioning your style of play. They're questioning you to make you better and make them a better player. And ultimately, those are the sort of players you want at your club. Because if you're just happy to sit around for mediocrity, like a lot of the players we discussed last time about with Spurs and Conte, that's what happens to you. You win nothing, and you get nothing out of it. And ultimately, you take a squad like this Chelsea team. It's young. That's one thing we can say is the USP. It's the development. You've obviously got the financial backing behind it from your owner. So there's a lot going for your club in a positive effect. You might be building a new stadium or developing Standford Bridge. We'll get onto that, obviously. But ultimately, Graham Potter was never going to come in and suddenly wave a magic wand and succeed. It just wasn't going to happen. And that's why I made the reference point as to maybe the exception of Tuchel and Conte from last season. It's very rare a manager flies in mid-season and they end up getting top 4 right near the end of it. It's
I get what you said, but majority of Chelsea fans, including me, my problem with Potter is not even I can understand it comes into mid-season, you can't get top 4. But can you sell us, we fans? Can you make us be sold in terms of okay, I'm sold with what I see here. I need to see more. We have to be consistent. I've not been sold with him because his decision making is throwing me off. And sometimes when he speaks as a manager, it doesn't look like a Chelsea manager. I have a DNA of connection.
Yeah, but let me just reference that to you. What in your eyes is a Chelsea manager then? Is it somebody who's got the CV to back it up, who's won it all? Like, because the amount of managers you've been through, you've got hardly any options that are left of that fit that profile. You've either had them or they just don't want to come.
But the reason I said that is, I look at all those managers we have, like from Mourinho, Ancelotti.
That's what I mean. You take them managers who have been at your club, but then you take, say, Zidane, who would probably never come because he doesn't like England, is what I mean.
That's what I'm saying, because as a young manager, you must have something called enthusiasm in you as a manager. You must apart from being outspoken, you must have that DNA and the connection with the fan. Because if you don't have a connection with the fan base, see, you are not gonna win football matches. Whether you play bad or you play good, you're not gonna win football matches because the fans will not trust you. So whether we like it or not, whether we like this person or not, as long as you can sell the fans, you can make them dream. You can make them dream. The fans will be a little bit more calmer with you and say, okay, we can dream. We don't want to vest our anger with the manager. Let's have a go at the player. If they are not upping their levels, which I kind of understand, they kind of fun. But we have a manager who we don't even have a connection with in terms of having a connection with a style of play. I do not understand the way he approaches himself as a manager. I'm not even. I'm like, excuse me, is this really a manager or an high school student? I'm like, oh, okay. Something is going on here, which I don't understand. I can understand he's young. He's young, I know. But for a manager who is young, Nagelsmann is 35 years of age. How many is 30-something? Tuchel is like 49. Graham Potter is 47. So can we call that young?
Yeah, but there's been young as a coach, but there's also like being inexperienced.
Exactly.
I think that's the thing that gets misconstrued with coaches is it's not so much about your age, it's about your experience in the game. You take Julian Nagelsmann, for example. I think he's one of the youngest coaches in the world. You have the guy at Rem, for example. Will Still is it? Like you take a young coach like that, who the age that he's got not a lot of life experience in terms of his age, but he might have a lot of football experience in terms of the coaching qualifications and the jobs he's actually held. Nagelsmann, he's been Leipzig, he's been Bayern, like he's been Hoffenheim, like he's got a couple of different jobs under his belt and experiences. Whereas you take such as a Graham Potter, for example, I think he was at a Norwegian club at one point in time, then he went to Swansea, then he's been to Chelsea now, albeit those sort of clubs don't range on high expectation European level, but he's had a lot of managerial and job experience, whether that be in the Premier League or not. And I think that's the one thing that you can say is it shouldn't need to take him forever to know. It shouldn't. How can I word this? He shouldn't need to learn how to play against, say, a team like Southampton because he's been in the league to know what Southampton should be about as a club and as a team, just to single them out. Just in the same way as when you play a Spurs, for example. He's played Tottenham enough times with Brighton and beaten them with Brighton to know how you should play against that sort of set of Spurs team and players because you can't really change a lot over time unless you get the time. And with you guys at Chelsea anyway, it's very rare that you've given managers times in the past. But if you do give Graham Potter that time, it depends on the scale of what you give him because we've obviously seen the investments there to give him the sort of investment that he needs with the players. Stadium isn't really to do with him. It's not really to do with the coach. That's more commercial and the ownership side of things and directors. But overall, as part of a playing squad, he's got the investment and he's got the backing of the owners because I think if he didn't, he would have probably been sacked Southampton's Spurs game around about that time. But it depends on going into next season is where I think because I think the season was written off after that Southampton game, especially top four anyway. Listen, unless you're going to completely prove me wrong and you're going to go 10 games unbeaten and win all of them, I don't think it's possible because I don't see Spurs, even in the crisis that they're in, losing 4 or 5 games.
It's not possible.
No. I think Liverpool would probably make up that place and take that off of them anyway. And I don't see us in Man United, I don't see us sinking that much to drop out of it, even though we've got a couple of injuries and suspensions. But you take, like I said, with the top 4 race, Potter coming into this job, he was coming into this job blind as a bat and dark because nobody knew how these owners were going to operate. They didn't know if he came in and he didn't hit the ground running, they might have sacked him straight on the spot like you guys were asking for. Or are they going to stick to what they agreed with him and said, no, we'll give you a 5-year contract because we want to give you a long-term deal and we're looking at the long-term and the bigger picture. And ultimately,
for me, I don't think so because see, I get what you said. Everything you said is right.
It depends on next season, Abdullah. If he gets a pre-season, then I think we can criticise him.
I don't think he will get a pre-season because Chelsea fans, me especially, we do not settle for mediocrity. I do not settle for that. And I see, if I'm as a fans, I want to have a connection with my manager. Either the touchline, either the way he coordinates himself, either the way he coordinates. We're talking about Emma Hayes, the woman ladies. I adore Emma Hayes a lot because the way she coordinates herself, the way she talks. She breeds Chelsea. She breeds blues. You know in her as a manager. And you can see it in the players. Sam Kerr, Laura James, Penilla Harder, Frank Kirby. So many of them, you know. This is Chelsea manager. This is the player. They beat Chelsea. They breed Chelsea in them that this is our football club. Graham Potter doesn't be that as a manager. I am sorry. That guy is an high school student. I'm sorry. He's an high school student. I don't want an high school student in my club. No. Chelsea is a multi-billionaire football club who wins trophy week in and week out. When do I start settling for top 4 as a success? Finishing out of Champions League. Excuse me? No. I'm sorry. I can't. No. I can't do that. I'm sorry. I cannot. We have to win. It's a must and it's compulsory and it's necessary. We have to win. I don't care how many hurdles we pass through. All I want is 3 points. If you don't give me that 3 points, you're out of the door. I don't care. You're gonna win. That is the DNA of Chelsea. And if you cannot bridge that DNA, get out of my club. Very simple. Get out.
You know what I begin to notice? I think maybe the third this portal, losing is part of your contract. You have to lose. Because today I can see him when Chelsea Fime qualify was shining teeth like I don't know what to call him. You are smiling. Look at female team is the female coach is doing well. You are there. Don't go and think about Aston Villa because I know that's a lose for us. I know that's a loss.
How you doing, sir? I got Blue Eyes. How you doing, sir? Mr. Bless, unmute your mic and talk, sir. Mute your mic. Blue Eyes, unmute your mic and talk. Blue Eyes, why are you muting yourself? Blue Eyes, talk, you. Mr. Bless,
it must not be there.
Bless is there. It's not living. It's there. It's here.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Bless.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this your cola not trouble this time too.
No man, no. My people are here, like greet everybody.
Firstly,
greetings.
Talk about the women's. How impressive were you?
Greetings to the people in the comments, everybody. It's Thursday, man. It's Thursday. Casual. For those of you who know, when you want to have a little bit of whiskey on Thursday evening, it's a nice break for the week. Little whiskey on Thursday goes a long way, man. My
so
people
your take on the
yes.
Your take on the women football. Your take on the women football semi-final based on with Barcelona and the team that beat us in the 2021 Champions League final.
Listen, Emma Hayes, man. Like, I mean, come on. Just setting the bar always.
Yeah, she does.
Setting the bar. Like, you can't even. There's no contest. And the mold of the players that she's bringing in, right? My favorite player is this Canadian girl that plays in defense.
Buchanan. Is it Buchanan?
Yeah.
They were 26 years. Yeah. Is she from Canada?
Yeah. Oh, she's Team Canada, man. She plays for. Yeah. She plays for. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, she does. She's ruthless in the back, and obviously we know the style of the team already. But
Sam Kerr, Laurel James, Penilla Harder, Frank Kirby.
Lauren James, the way Lauren James came into the picture is amazing.
Mm-hmm. From United,
it started like it was going to be slow, like a slow start, and then from nowhere.
Listen, Abdullah, behave for your little slidings.
Congratulations to Emma and the girls, man. They keep setting the bar high for the men's side.
No comments.
Now there's a task that lies ahead. Big game ahead.
Yeah,
and I'm curious to see how they react. I'm curious to see how they react to move.
Because I don't know if you listened to what me and Tom was saying, because it was mentioned of Ole and Potter, because I was like, Potter doesn't breathe in when it comes to Chelsea manager, the DNA I want to see. Emma Hayes bred it with her players, with herself, the way she kind of control herself, she put herself together to the media. She thought,
Listen,
this is Chelsea DNA, in and out.
You're right. I want Potter out. Okay. But this is my problem. If Potter can take me close to top 4, let's say, even if Potter can take me to 4th and win the Champions League, why shouldn't I have a second look?
But I don't think it's gonna happen.
You think? You don't think?
I don't think it's gonna happen.
Bless.
Have you seen our matches in April? Lord have mercy.
Listen,
I don't think we're surviving in April.
No. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Arsenal.
Well, forget the Premier League because it's written off anyway.
Hold on, guys. All I'm saying is this: between now and the end of the season, is going to be more player-centric than coach-centric.
Yeah.
So it's the players that will now take us to the finish line. It has what you're going to see right now has nothing to do with coaching. However, there has to be a head honcho, and this is where Graham Potter now has to do his magic, because these players are going to want to play. They're going to want to cook. This is the season. So whether he likes it or not, these guys want to win. I mean, we hope they want to compete. So again, how do you psych these guys to play? How, Mr. Potter? So listen, if this guy can take us to, and this is not flip-flopping, if Potter can take us to, let's say, 5th, and we win the Champions League, no, listen, he qualifies for a second interview.
Yes, but bless, I don't see it happen. The reason I don't see it happen is because not just because as a fans, see, this is what
Kante is coming back. Kante is coming back.
Yes. This is what I was telling Tom. In as much as people want us to give Potter time, you have to give the manager time where the fans can fall in love with you. You have to sell the fans. Potter is not selling anybody.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you want to tell no, but if Potter wins the Champions League, isn't that a sale?
Okay, now you win the Champions League, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, a little bit, because Tuchel won the UCL. The next season, what happened? He was gone.
That's true.
Roberto Di Matteo won the UCL. What happened? He was gone. So he has to sell the fans. He hasn't even said, majority of the fan base have already lost trust in him. Looking at the future in April, Blue Eyes, Lord have mercy, how do you survive? Aston Villa, if they win us on Saturday, they go above us. So what do you expect me to, as a fans watching? I can't expect anything than loss, because we have a manager who doesn't even breathe Chelsea, who doesn't even understand the DNA of being a Chelsea fan or even a Chelsea manager. I'm confused because people say give him time. For how long are we going to give him time when you have a manager who doesn't understand the DNA of Chelsea?
Yeah, but you say this about DNA though, Abdullahi. Right, you bring in Enrique, you bring in whoever these coaches are, right? Do they honestly know the DNA of Chelsea? Because they've never coached in England, so they don't know the English way of playing in terms of week in, week out. You might be, if you're lucky, as a European coach, play maybe 3-4 matches against English opposition in maybe 2 or 3 years if you qualify for Europe. Like, when you look at that sort of level of it, it's not really a creditable thing to say, well, they are a better candidate than Graham Potter in terms of domestically. Because Graham Potter will understand and be a lot more educated on how the Premier League works than an Enrique or a Nagelsmann, just because he's been here, seen it all. He's coached he's coached from the Championship with Swansea and made his way to Brighton, to the Premier League, and then up another step to Chelsea. So he has gone on a bit of a ladder journey. Whereas, but managers like Enrique and stuff, they've always had these high-profile jobs in Europe, but they've never taken that leap and come to the Premier League. And it's not a case of they haven't had opportunities to, because they have. Let's be honest. The Man United job was open as a vacancy for 3-4 months. At the end of the day, that vacancy was always there to go and have an opportunity there. You had it with Spurs when they were chasing around for a manager. The opportunity was there. Like, we can't say, even when you sacked Tuchel, for example, the opportunity was there for Enrique to leave Spain and come to Chelsea if he wanted that experience. Nagelsmann, if he didn't feel like Bayern was for him, like, Gower there then. and go
Yeah.
Chelsea. Like the opportunity is there for you to go and make that experience. So that's why I'm leveling that towards that.
I get what you said. I completely understand what you said. But when I said this man doesn't have the DNA of Chelsea, when you look at the Chelsea manager, the way he carries himself, his touchline, his post-match reaction, his previews, some of those things, like, I'm getting confused as a fan right now. Because every manager that has come to Chelsea, you can see, people might say trash about Lampard. Lampard as a player, Lord have mercy. That guy is a phenomenal player. But as a manager, in as much as I have an issue with him, the way Lampard carries himself, I'm okay with it because he understands the DNA of Chelsea. He knows what we want. But my problem with Lampard is some decision making is making. I don't like it because it's been favoritism and loyalty to some players, and some players have been booted out, which he doesn't appreciate because he's playing under Jose and Ancelotti, which I believe he should understand football more because he's playing under managers who has won trophies under him. So, but Potter doesn't have that DNA. You're talking about Nagelsmann and Enrique. Enrique has won the UCL. People might say MSN era. I get MSN. But this guy has a brain and intelligence to understand, okay, this team is playing against, so how do I
I'm not debating that.
In terms of tactics, in terms of notifying teams. Nagelsmann might be young, but he has that brain in him that I know how to notify teams. I know how to.
Yeah, but he's had experience, so we won't level age it.
Well, I'm looking at Potter. I'm confused as a fans watching because I'm like, you want us to give you time, you're not selling us. You have to sell me as a fans watching to say, okay, I'm gonna be calm with him. I can understand what is going on. He will deliver. I can't be calm because I'm not getting what I want. So he has to go. He has to go. And if the board and Todd Bowley particularly is telling us it's for the long time, we're not gonna sack him now, Mr. Todd. You are not taking up Los Angeles Lakers or whatever, or LA Dodgers, whatever you call it. This is Chelsea Football Club. Chelsea is a winning team, a title winning team. You bring a manager who understands how to win, who doesn't care of how he wants to play. He just want to win. Bring someone that understands the DNA of winning, not someone that's going to stand there as a mannequin or as an ice cream. I'm saying the boys gave it all. The boys gave it all. The boys gave it all. The boys gave it all.
There is a point of debate there, like, because if you did sack Potter, like whether it be now or maybe end of the season, before pre-season, whatever, like you've invested £300 million roughly in two managers that you've sacked in one season. I'm sorry, it doesn't sit right for me. And I'm not saying this from a rival's perspective, but £600 million in two different managers' projects, and you've sacked them within a year. It's not a good look if you're an Enrique or you're a Nagelsmann. When you look at that and you think, well, I'll get the money, but if I don't give them instant results straight away and I don't get that time, then what? I'm going to be out the door. So that's
Chelsea DNA under Abramovich. You're not doing enough. You go. You bring it.
Yeah, but that's Abramovich. This is Todd
Bowley.
So
who says Todd Bowley can't have that the same DNA? Chelsea is not a top 4 club. I'm sorry. Chelsea is a title winning team that wants to compete season after season, week after week. I'm not having a manager who does not understand I need to win football matches. I'm sorry. I don't have this time. Give somebody time. Give it time for what? When I'm not getting results. I want to win football matches. You're going to win matches.
Yeah, but the thing I'm saying with that is you don't get the time nowadays in modern day football and that, especially at the highest level. But with Tuchel, albeit you can say he wasn't Todd Bowley's guy, like he still invested £300 million into him. Like he still gave him basically a startup fee into his managerial project, if you like. And as soon as, if you like, shit hit the fan, he got rid of him. And then we can't label it as anything because Todd Bowley clearly had the money to buy out Graham Potter out of Brighton, so he clearly would have had the money to buy out Enrique out of his Spanish international contract, Nagelsmann out of Bayern, Hansi Flick out of Germany. He had the money to buy any coach out of any job in the world if he wanted them that badly and that coach was prepared to move. It could have happened. But ultimately, he signed on Graham Potter. Now, he's gone for Graham Potter because he must have seen something there, and he's invested 300 million bags in him. And ultimately, you've got this squad now, which is unified of some of Tuchel's players that he brought in the summer, the likes of Sterling's, Koulibaly, you take those profile players to what Graham Potter's brought in is completely different. Like Koulibaly to Badiashile, you take, for example, Sterling to Mudieke, for
Let me tell
example.
you something. It doesn't matter. Now you're trying to break it down into granular parts, and that's not where we're at. I hear what you're saying. We appreciate the fact that you understand the mechanics of building a team, but that's not where we're at. We're talking about moving this ship forward. You understand? We're talking about big picture stuff. No, I don't think you understand, Tom. But I hear you. We're talking about this is big picture stuff. We're not talking about little things. What you're talking about is the minute stuff. We understand that imbalance. We understand that. We understood that 3 years ago. Tom, so you're late to the party with that conviction. The problem is we need 3 points. So that's what I'm saying. It's like you're using a hammer to kill an ant. You're not. If you understand we need 3 points. We need to move this thing forward.
But Blue Eyes, you can get 3 points now. You could win all of your games at the end of the season.
Yes.
It doesn't matter, because if Liverpool win,
it does
3/4 of theirs. If Spurs win 3/4 of theirs,
it doesn't matter. Listen, let me tell you something.
Or those teams could drop no
Tom,
points.
That's not how we think. You see, that's not a big club mentality. What you're bringing to the table. We don't look at what's in front of us. We just do. Yeah. Now you see. That's what I'm saying. You're talking about granular stuff. Like I'm saying, we just got to win what's in front of us.
Well, if you want to win games, you don't hire Graham Potter.
It doesn't matter.
Week in, week out, and win major trophies.
Listen, we're not here to cry. This is what you're talking about. You want me to explain it to you? It's what you call medicine after death. There's no time for that. We're talking about between now and the end of April. That's what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're talking about is medicine after that. We know that. But how do we move on between now and the end of April? So exactly. And what you're saying is in no way in line with a team that wants to achieve by end of come spring. No. That's not Chelsea, man. That's why when it's I think it's almost a philosophy thing.
But you say that's not Chelsea though. But
what do you mean?
These players that you've brought in have got you into this position. This manager has got you into this position.
It doesn't matter. Listen, we've played with. The reason I'm saying that, Tom, I'm not cutting you off, is because we've played with so-called shitty players and won chips. We've picked up medals.
Yeah, of course.
That's what I'm saying. It's not about the
rivals
players.
And competitors have got better.
No, but again, we're not thinking about what's in front of us, because this is where we're at. I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying, Tom.
Because Tom, I get
this is where we're at right now. We're talking about the right now.
Yeah. Well, this is what I mean. If you're talking about right now, you're talking about you want to win every single game instantly. That's
not
now.
What I'm saying.
You can't hire a manager that does that in Monday
football
right now.
It doesn't happen. Hold on, Abdullah. Let me handle this. Let me just handle this. It doesn't matter, because right now we have Potter in the reins.
Yeah, of course.
So now listen, just calm down. You know you're a Man U guy. You haven't touched Champions League in a long time. I'm coming from recency.
Relax.
No, it's true. No, it's the truth. No, I'm coming from recent. Like I'm coming from. No, this is fresh royalty. So calm down. What I'm trying to say is, the way Chelsea stands right now, we need to finish top. Like Abdullah said, we're not a top 4 club, but if we finish top 4 between now and April, Tom, and I know it's a fallacy, I know it's a stretch, I know, but I'm ready to make that allegation that we should finish close to top 4 for Potter to have a chance. Not only that, Tom, here's another crazy statement. He's got to, at least for me personally, I want to see Chelsea in the semi-finals of the Champions League. But I know for the all and sundry Chelsea fans, we got to win that Champions League. It's non-negotiable. And then we can look at Potter. But as it stands, we know Potter is not. We know. Oh, is he still there? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Okay,
We can hear
exactly.
you. So that's what I was trying to tell Tom, that I get what Tom is saying, but you need to understand that Chelsea has a
I beg
DNA
you.
which we have to follow, which is very, very pivotal. I get his point. His back. Tom is back here.
Oh, he's back. Oh, there
Yeah,
he is.
go,
Sorry.
go. You
Okay,
kicked me
okay. I
off.
thought
Go
you...
on.
No, okay. So yeah, again, it sounds very superficial, but we're more on an instantaneous quest right now. We understand about the philosophical and the technical imbalances that could have been. We understand all those, but right now we are faced with Graham Potter.
We are faced with a mannequin.
We are faced with Graham Potter. What do we do? That's why I'm telling you, we are now player centric. Between now and May, Tom. That's why I say we're more of a player centric team, where we can, like what they say, run on autopilot. We can a bunch of players that have an ego that want to win a chip.
Exactly. They want to win.
They want to win. Like we always talk about. Abdullah always makes fun of Roberto Di Matteo, Champions League. He went to Barcelona to sell shirts, and players won. So it's the same thing, man. Like if these players have pride, we should go far, Tom, and we might come and eat Manchester United's lunch.
You ain't touching third, trust me.
I rest my case. Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
No. But like we said, in terms of competitiveness, ultimately and overall, you don't bring Graham Potter in mid-season, whether it be Todd Bowley, Roman, whoever it is. You don't bring him in mid-season, a coach like that, where he is a long-term viewed manager, where wherever he went, whether it be Spurs, whether it be Chelsea, Man United, whoever it was going to be, he was going to need a couple of years if he was ever going to succeed. And like you just said, Blue Ice, in terms of from now till the end of the season, you have to set expectations because that's the timescale that has been brought in. But ultimately, when he has a fresh start and everybody's on 0 points at the start of a new season, that's where you can then say, right, he's had time. He's had some expectations from last season that he's either met or not met in that sort of circumstance and change. Nobody's saying that you should put high expectations on a football club because you should. Any football club who's got history and legacy. You guys with Chelsea have it more of a modern day history. Say with Man United, we have more of a legacy from previous years where we have Sir Alex Ferguson, for example, the impact that he had on our football club over the 2 decades that he was here. But those things happen once in a blue moon, and time moves for no man, and football moves on. And ultimately, Graham Potter, in the modern day era of how football works, where it's a results business, you don't get time, or as much time as managers like him would need. You might get 2-3 years at Brighton to then show what you've got, like in what he did. But at Chelsea, they won't wait around forever. And it's the same case in point if he went to Spurs, an Arsenal, a Man United, wherever he went, he will not get that amount of time if he doesn't showcase something. And ultimately, it's over a time period, is what I'm saying.
I think, to cut it short, Tom, in Tottenham Hotspur, you will get a lot of time because Tottenham doesn't win too.
Yeah, that's why I thought Tottenham was perfect for him in terms of the structure was similar to how it works at Brighton. I think it was almost a step up between an elite club of like a Chelsea, Man United, City, in that like Liverpool, that kind of top four background, but it's not as low as Brighton. It was like almost a medium between the two, ultimately.
Yeah, that's what I say. As a fans watching from when I started supporting the kind of player we brought in, the manager we had, Potter doesn't give me the vibe as a fans watching because you as a fan, you have to have a connection with the manager, not the owner, the manager. Once the fans can breathe and can have a connection with the manager, regardless of everything, you're gonna look. See, people have a go at me with my Osimhen love. I have admiration for Victor Osimhen because Osimhen, in as much people doesn't rating, Osimhen give his all. He does give his all. You see his impact. You are doing that. This man wants to win football matches. He might make chances, but he's scoring goals. Some unexpected goals that you don't believe he will score. But you have that admiration for him. But Potter is just like the boys give it all. The boys give it all. That's what we hear from Potter. The boys give it us. That's what we hear. How long are we going to be searching for the boys give it all? I'm tired of it because I want to win. I'm a fan. You might call me stingy, but I want to win. Chelsea is a winning club where they deserve to win. I'm not taking top 4 as a success. I'm sorry. No. I want to win. So this man doesn't give me the admission of winning. I'm sorry. I want to win. So it's gone. Mr. Abdul, how you guys doing? And Chioma, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome. How you doing?
Good evening.
Big up.
Blue eyes. Blue eyes. Good evening.
Chioma.
Good evening.
Abdul, man.
Good evening.
Big up.
There's no way we are going to finish top 4. It's over.
Come on, Chioma. Come on, stop. Chioma, no. We don't need this energy right now, Chioma. Stop now, Chioma.
No, I heard you. There's no way. Maybe top 6, maybe number 6, 5, but not
stretch.
4th.
That's stretch. That's even stretch. That's even a stretch because as a fans watching, you must have. People might say it's young, but you must have a philosophical identity where, okay, we know what we're doing. In as much as we're losing matches, we're gonna back this manager. It's gonna take us somewhere. I'm sorry.
What is the point difference? What is the point difference between 4th and 10th?
Blue eyes. Look, let me bring it.
I don't even know. Is it 10 points?
10 points or 15 points.
Is it 10 points?
4 games? Come on. Chioma, 4 games.
I'm not confident of us winning 4 games.
Oh.
I'm sorry, sir. This is our position. This number 4. This number 4, 49, 38.
Okay.
Like, see now. See, this is the league table here. If I
4 games. 4 games. Oh boy, 4 games.
We're not winning 4 games in a row. I'm sorry, we are not.
Why not?
Aston Villa, Liverpool. I'm sorry, we're not. We're not. See, look at our matches, Blue Eyes.
No.
See the matches now. Liverpool, Aston Villa.
Yeah.
Liverpool,
I don't think we will make it.
Arsenal, United,
stop.
Newcastle, Man City. Listen now. Man City, Newcastle, Nottingham Forest, Bournemouth.
Yeah, we won't make it. There's no way.
Man City, Newcastle.
What's happening to my Chelsea fans? Chelsea fans
No.
cutting liver.
Right.
No, listen. I know we have a chance in the Champions League. No, listen, Blue Eyes. In the Champions League, I know we can go further. We can do it.
Mm-hmm.
But in this top 4 race, there's no way we are going to make it.
I don't believe in the manager, Blue Eyes. I'm sorry. I do not. Excuse me. The player might turn up, yes, but
it's impossible.
But I know in the Champions League we can do it.
Yeah, we're gonna rise up for the Champions League match. I know that. It's a
one
of
cutting liver. What happened to Chelsea fans? Chelsea fans cutting liver early.
We're not cutting liver. We don't believe in the manager because if the manager himself doesn't make us believe in it.
Chai.
We need to cut liver. Relax. Meet A7. Meet your mic.
Chelsea fans are just cutting liver for no reason, man. Early morning cutting liver.
We are tired, We have cried enough this season.
We have to cut liver, man. We are tired, man.
No, on the real, you lot should have hope, man. You lot should have hope, man. I have a weird feeling that you guys can beat Real Madrid, man.
We can beat Real Madrid. We are going to beat Real Madrid. Whatever team we are going to get, we will beat them.
See, I like that energy there. I like that energy.
Yes, we are going to. They are not the same also.
Yeah. That's better.
Yes.
That's what I want to hear, Choma.
I'll come on this stream and I'm coming to dance.
You know the UCL. You know the UCL is.
No. I need to make it announcement. If you lot do end up beating Madrid, somehow make it to the final and win your 3rd Champions League. Yeah, I'm done with football. I'm gonna call it quits.
That's the target, man. That's our plan. That's how
I'm gonna call it quits.
Yeah, that's our target. This one, I believe this one. This one, I can believe. But I cannot believe finishing in the top 4 right now.
I'm sorry.
I think we're going to win the rest of. I can tell you one thing, Choma. It's funny you say. Sorry, I'm eating. It's funny you say what you're saying, but I tell you one thing. I think we're going to win the rest of our games in the EPL for the rest of the season.
It's a lie, Blue Eyes. I can put my money. It's a lie. That's a big L. It's a lie.
What
we
is
are not
today's
beating.
date?
We are not beating Villa. We're not beating Liverpool. We're not beating Man City. We're not beating Newcastle. I'm sorry, we are not. Excuse me? Nope. We're not.
What is your they cannot compete in the Champions League? But again, you're absolutely right. No, I'm not flip-flopping. Vote with your feet. We're talking about Potter. Remember, you see, people are forgetting what the premise of this discussion is. We were talking about Potter, right? And what I said is, if Potter can take us close to the apex, to the top of Kilimanjaro, and make us win Champions League, yeah, he qualifies for a second interview. Simple. Any coach that can do that in the span of 2 months qualifies for a second look. That's all. So it's up to Potter. But as it stands right now, we already know that he's not cut for the mustard, like they say. But it's up to him now, like Abdullah is saying, to sell to us that you can coach a team like us. Take us to Champions League semi-final.
Yeah, you can do it. Yeah,
exactly.
I want to go further than that.
Because I'm looking at it
all the way to the final.
I want to win the Champions League. We're going to win the Champions League. But can Potter take us there?
I don't believe so. I don't think so. It starts from this Saturday. If you can do it, because I still don't believe we're gonna be to Nahim.
Those greens on the top of the list look so nice, innit, guys? Look at those green ticks there. All those green ticks. Wow. That just looks beautiful, innit, guys? Let's be real honest.
Meet your mind.
Yeah, but if we can at least get the 6th spot, you know. Instead of, I don't want to go to the conference.
City, don't mind City.
Meet your mind. Abdul, you're saying something.
To let
Abdul, you're saying something. Go ahead. Abdul, you're saying something. Go ahead, brother.
No. I was asking Blue Eyes if he was eating popcorn. He said he's eating something.
Are you eating popcorn or what are you eating?
I'm eating what do you call it? The sweet and salty popcorn with whiskey, man. They just put them for my front here.
All right. Is the sugar rush that's making you say
yeah. Yeah. They just put them for my front here, so I cannot say no, you know. I have to say
it's the sugar rush and the whiskey, man. Enjoy yourself, you know.
It's a Thursday evening, people. Thursday evening.
Yeah, enough. Abdul, your quick take on the Chelsea ladies. They are in semi-final of the Champions League. And we're gonna be facing the current Ballon d'Or winner, Alexis Putellas and Aziza Oshoala in the semi-final.
I don't have any particular take on them because they've always been doing well. And they're always doing well. So they seem to be quite balanced and stable. So I'm not really surprised anytime I see their results. I think what people it's quite unfortunate, you know. There's this thing called football profiling. So things that come through Chelsea, they just acknowledge it and give us some kind of, you know, backhand kind of what do you call it? What do you call that thing? Where you give somebody some kind of backhand, you just acknowledge it and just wish it away.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
So because if you look at what Chelsea has done in terms of our contribution to youth football, if that was a Liverpool or to a Man United or a Man City or a Man City, the storyline will be totally different.
Yep.
You know, by now there will have been all kinds of documentaries saying what kind of water do the youth players, you know, normally drink at Cobham and all those things. You know, the euphoria and the noise and the accolade will be unbelievable. Don't forget, Lampard, you know, secured a top 4 with youth players.
Yeah, he did.
And a lot of those youth players contributed to us winning the Champions League the following season.
Yep.
If that was another team, it would have been. I mean, even look at Man City, the way they scream about Foden. We never hear enough about Foden. You know, because that's the only one English player they've brought through that is kind of like creating some kind of wave. You know, and but then what do we say about our own Mount and about our own Tammy Abraham? He can't head. He's got a pineapple on his head. Blah 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 blah.
That's it.
So the way we beat ourselves down after we've been beaten down by the outside Chelsea world is unbelievable. Look at what we are doing in women's football now.
Yeah.
Again, it's
and even the manager, like when you talk about manager, because you talk about player profiling, when you look at the manager himself, Emma Hayes, this lady understands football and she breathed in Chelsea. For that. I can trust this one.
No. Even if she wasn't a Chelsea coach, you could tell from the conversation she has that she has a deep understanding, a very broad knowledge of football. It's not just limited to just female football.
Yeah.
So you got to respect her, and there's a lot of things Chelsea has done to football in the past 20 years has not been acknowledged. Even when they want to talk about it, it's like having whispers, whatever. So I will celebrate her. I don't care what the other people think.
I would do, because she's an happiness to women football, and I'm proud. Blue Eyes, meet your mic. I know, Blue Eyes, I know you want to talk about Laura Wood and everything. You need to, if you are single, Blue Eyes, you need to start looking at some of those ladies. Might be one of your type.
The contribution she makes, or Chelsea has made to football generally, has been unbelievable.
It has.
From our system to our ladies, to where we structure our football, to the money we've pumped into the community, and so on and so forth. Charity systems we have all around the world. Nobody seems to talk about this. That's why more or less most of the time I actually get angry when I see Chelsea fans actually diminishing or discrediting Chelsea Football Club. So,
that's it.
It's all good.
Guled, Assalamu alaikum, what are you doing? Your take on the women's football before we talk about the men, guys.
Wa alaikum salam. How are you, bro?
Alhamdulillah. Talk about the women's football.
Hello, everybody. Blue Eyes, Roma, H7, Melo, Abdul, everybody. Hello.
Big up.
Yeah, Abdul.
Hi, Guled.
Hello, Choma. Yes.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you. And yourself?
I'm good.
Good. At least we have good news today. So since the woman won, so thank God.
I know, eh?
No comment.
Thank God we're in a better mood today.
We're in a better mood. We're not in the cost mood, so I'm happy we're in a good mood. No cost mood. We're in good mood though. Because I was telling Tom before you came in that you need to imagine that breathing Chelsea, and Hema has been there for a very long time. You have a player who believes in her, like Sam Kerr, Laura James, Penila Hadaf, and Kebby. I can keep mentioning their names. Who understand this is what the manager wants. We're gonna go into that pitch and die for the badge and play exactly what she wanted. And when you look at a manager like Emma, she doesn't settle for rubbish. If you are not doing well, she's putting you out of that club. She will put you out completely. That's the manager you want. Someone that is disciplined and wants to also win. That's what you need in Chelsea. Not someone that will tell you, my player gave it up. My player done everything. Excuse me? I'm not settling for that. I'm sorry. When did Chelsea become a top four? We're settling for top four because we want to excuse me. I don't have time for this. I want to win to office. So get me that manager that have that DNA of winning. Simple.
Abdullah. Where shall we start? First of all, with Emma Hayes, I think since she came to the women's team, I don't think they went under third place.
Yeah.
They were always competing on all fronts, whether it's the league or the cups or even the Champions League. I think they've been knocked out of the Champions League semi-final twice. Yeah. And they won the league, I think, under Emma Hayes twice or three times.
Every time they've won the league under her. Every time.
Yeah. I remember they came second even against when Man City won it.
And she was 2 seasons ago. Like, no, this is not Chelsea. We don't want this in Chelsea. I'm like, wow, Emma, relax, man. That's someone who wants to win.
But I think they were also in the final. That year that we won it, the men won it.
We lost.
Yeah, they were in the final. Yeah,
we lost to
they
Barcelona.
lost to Barcelona.
Alexis
Yeah.
Putellas.
What was it? Like 8-1?
4-0. We lost
4-0.
4-0.
And guys, we're playing them next.
We're playing them next.
Yeah, so
that's why I'm happy. That's why I'm happy, man. That's why I'm happy.
Yeah, hopefully we get the revenge.
Yeah,
hopefully this time around,
you get
at least
it,
we can. At least this time around we can showcase.
I don't think my girl played that year. The Canadian in the what's her name?
No, she didn't. She just came in last year. Buchanan. Yeah,
she just came last year.
She's good though, like she knows how to pass, how to play football. I like her. She's good. Like she's good. She can play ball. No, she can play ball. She can play ball. I'm impressed.
I'm so happy, man. Now you're going to see a different defense. Sorry, go ahead, Guled.
Yeah, no problem, guys. So, man, with where we are with the men's team, Abdullah, it's plain for everyone to see. I mean, we can argue about it all day, all night, but it seems that we're not gonna. I heard our guys earlier telling Tom, we won the 3 points, and we want to, we want to get to where we used to be as soon as possible. But this is unacceptable, and all of us as Chelsea fans, we agree to that. But the issue is, looking at the coach we have, I don't know if it's going to be a miraculous season and we win the Champions League. I don't know. But even if it happens, because of the caliber of coach we have at the moment, we know deep down that it's a building process.
Yep.
We can't argue it. We can't say anything because the players are young. The coach is new, fairly new to a big team. And God knows how long his tactics are going to take to implement and become the team's new core. So, yes, we don't want Graham Potter, but we can see that Graham Potter is going to be there for this season and probably next season. We're hearing, the whispers with Nagelsmann and so on. And I even heard Nagelsmann saying that, because when they apparently tried to link him to the Tottenham rumors, he said, we look at Tottenham like Bayern Leverkusen.
That's what he said.
And that's an insult. That's an insult because he's basically saying it's a mediocre team because Bayern Leverkusen never won for God knows eons of years. So if Nagelsmann said that, then definitely Tottenham know that they have to look elsewhere now.
I feel like that's disrespectful to Bayern Leverkusen, man.
No comment.
Be real, man.
Coming from an Arsenal fan.
Bro,
no, it's okay.
Tottenham,
it's
bro.
okay.
Yeah, I can say that, bro. It's Tottenham.
He can say that. He can say that, okay. This season he has the right.
I can talk shit to you if I want this year, bro. Look where we are, bro. Look where you are.
Yeah, it's true.
Nah. That's a superficial high, man. Calm down. That's indica. You need to get on. You need to get on the depressed train, man. That's too
but
slow.
Allow me. I'm in a Muslim country, bro. Respect me, man.
Okay, my bad.
Oh, I'm glad you remembered the Muslim morals right now after you said what you said. Mashallah. God bless you.
No comments. I'm prepared to talk. I am Francis, so I can't.
What I was trying to say is that you should calm down. Don't get too excited.
Don't do
excited. The season is not over.
Out, man.
Hold on. You know. Any James Bond fans? Any 007 fans in the house?
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. You know, every 007 movie, you know how it's going to end. Exactly.
Exactly. I prefer to keep moods.
You lot are mean, man. You guys are mean people, man.
No, we're not mean people, bro. But you got 10 games, and let's be realistic. Every game is going to be like a final
out for the rest of the season, though.
Yeah. No, but every game is going to be like a final.
Yeah, but we've got Rob Holding at the back now, man.
That's the problem. And Saliba's injured. You got the new guy, what's his name? Cure. The Polish guy.
He ain't going to play, bro.
But I don't know if he's going to play. So. Yeah, but we wish you good luck, bro. We wish you good luck.
Finish up because
you wish. Yes. You want to allow it. I know you want City to win it, bro. What do you mean you wish, man?
Of course,
we wish you good luck.
City is going to win it. So City is a top-class team.
It's Ramadan, so I'm not going to use my agenda right now. So I wish you good
No,
luck.
City is a world-class team. City has to win it.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah. So
Right.
with our team, Abdullah, it's a sticky situation because
Because
if we win,
sorry, Gole, because
yeah,
what I was telling Tom is being a Chelsea fans, a manager needs to have a connection and a bond with the fans. It is very important because if you don't have a bond with the fan, there's no way you're gonna win football matches. And it's apparently that majority of the fan base are like, we're just gonna give up that this manager. It's not good enough for us. We can't win something from this manager. So that's why I made mention of when I talk about Emma Hyde, because Emma and the players knows, okay, if you are playing rubbish, they know in that dressing room, this lady is gonna go at them. Even in the press, you're gonna see them. If you're not gonna play for Chelsea, get out of this club. You don't have to play for Chelsea. Chelsea is a winning club. You're gonna play, you're gonna go to that pitch and show me and show the world this is Chelsea Football Club. You are playing for a club that wants to win trophies. That has to sink into the player. Okay, I'm going to a club that wants to win trophies. Oh, my head is sinking something now. That is the manager you need in your club. That one that understands the DNA of, okay, even if we are playing bad, we are getting 3 points, we are winning trophies, we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
yes. No, I agree. I agree with you. But even because we have to deal with what we have at the moment, which is Graham Potter. Our guys brought up something, was it last week, where he said we don't have leaders in this team either.
Mm-hmm.
So even if there is no coach, or the coach is just, what can I say? He has masters in human communication and emotional intelligence, but he's not communicating well. We're supposed to have some sort of leaders in the team.
Mm-hmm.
But this is one of the seasons, I would say, that Chelsea never had no leaders. I think the last leader we had was Rudiger, to be completely honest with you. The only person that I've seen that had, and Jorginho, to be fair. Anybody that you see on the pitch that wants to fight for the team or push the team forward, it's always the more experienced players. Thiago Silva's there, but Thiago Silva is not a vocal person. He will lead by his performance, like Kante. But we don't have leaders. So this season we don't have a choice apart from taking what we have. If we win the next, let's say all the games, let's even give it the benefit of the doubt and say even if we win all the games that we've got left, I think Liverpool have to win probably 30% of their games. Tottenham have to win probably 30% of their games, and we're still out of the top 4. So either way, we will have to wait and see, because it seems like we are becoming a project-based team. As painful as
this is the reason why we don't Guled, this is the reason why you don't worry about what other teams are doing. You just gotta do the business, like they say.
Yeah.
If you do the business,
show us what you're
don't
made
look ahead of you. Sorry?
Show us what you're made of, basically.
No, just not even that. That's too formal. Just do the business. Get it done, man. Like, we don't care about what any other person is doing. We know what the task is ahead. We know what's ahead of us. But we can't. If we think about that, then we can't win games, man.
Yeah,
we can't. We just gotta win. We gotta. Again, it's superficial. It's lofty. It's a very fake utopia. But yo, man, we gotta have a target.
Yeah, and guys, this is actually the season that's going to show us what caliber of personalities we have in our team. Because as you said, even though it's superficial, there is still a percentage for us to make it to the top 5 or top 6, if worse comes to us.
No, top 4, man. Top 4.
I hope so. But this is where the personality and the identity as players have to take over and say, you know what, this is unacceptable. We are playing for Chelsea Football Club. We've been 10th for the last 3 months. It's unacceptable as a Chelsea player. So now it's the time where we see what our players are made of. This could give us some sort of hope for next season, hopefully. But with Graham Potter, it is what it is. And NK has the audacity to fight me for it. But what can I say? I have to deal with it. Potter is here to stay, and we still be Chelsea fans in 10 years' time. So it is what it is.
Guled, I like what you said there when you said the rest of the season will kind of like give us hope
Yeah,
to what is expected or what is to come next season. The reason why I
yes,
said I like what you said there was because you know the season Leicester won the league.
yeah,
Okay, the season before that season they were struggling for relegation,
yes.
even up to the end of the season, and
It's true.
I was carried away by what was the joy that was happening in Chelsea. But then I kind of like settled down for whatever reason. I don't know. For I can't remember the reason now. And I sort of like watched their last maybe like 3 or 4 games. And I said to
Mhm.
myself, how come this team is struggling for relegation? They shouldn't
Yeah.
even be anywhere close to relegation. They should be close to somewhere in the, you know, to the top of the league.
Hmm.
And I thought, man, look at how they run. Look at their determination. Look at their aggressiveness. Look at the way they play direct football. And they have no problem creating chances. And it seems to
Hmm.
me like this guy called Verdi in front is a good player. So I was asking myself, so what I'm trying to say is anybody who follow Leicester, you would see signs of them doing good the season they won the league, even if they were not going to win it from the previous season, especially towards the end of the previous season.
Hmm.
So what I'm trying to say is if we continue to have the same garbage till to the end of the season, then
God
that
forbid.
should tell us exactly where we are.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. It's
You know,
true.
the only
What has,
excuse,
but
the
Chelsea
only
fans, what has
excuse,
been your biggest issue this season, though? You know what your biggest issue has been in that?
the
It's only
biggest
been like
issue is
one
just
thing.
is the manager.
Nah,
What's
I'm
the
talking
biggest
about on the field, on the pitch. Like, what has been the biggest team issue? Like, you've
is
been
the
goal scoring.
is the manager. I don't care how you want to dissect the
Nah, it's
play.
goal
It's the
scoring,
manager.
bro.
No, it's not goal
Bro,
scoring because if I
bro,
cannot
how
see
many?
anything, hold on. If I cannot see anything from a top manager in like 9 or 10 months, what other excuse do I have?
Bro,
I mean, a manager for a top team. I've not seen anything from him for like up to 10 months now. And then within that 10 months, he's had the World Cup, he's had the break during the royal death. So he's had
And
enough
yeah,
time to adapt and to settle down. And I still don't see anything. The only excuse, slight excuse that I can think about is the volume of injuries
I'm not,
that we
bro. I'm not making
experience.
any excuse for Potter. You can sack him, get rid of him. I'm not making excuse for him. But I'm saying, what has been your biggest issue for Chelsea? It's been goal scoring, not your defense. Not even your
It,
okay. Your midfield has been a bit shaky.
it's not goal scoring because when you're having
Bro, do you know how
from
much Premier League goals you scored this year, bro?
no, that's just numbers. I know what I've seen. I've seen
Bro,
a
you scored
team
less
who's
goals, guys. You scored less goals than Haaland.
no, but when you put together when you put a team in the field that is like a championship team to face Newcastle, how are they going to score? When you're in a game and you keep changing the formation, when for whatever reason you cannot motivate somebody who we think is a good goal scorer coming from Barcelona and it's not even on the pitch. So why am I going to say like this is our problem on the? I can't put the burden on the players. I have to look at the
Yeah,
man in
actually, you
charge.
can. You can.
No,
You know, I have to.
I
hey,
That's
have
all.
to
hey,
look at I have to look at who is responsible, who gives the instruction, who gives the direction, who is leading the team. I can't look at okay, if we're not scoring, how come we are conceding?
I feel like
Is
we
that
know what we do nowadays in modern day. Like we give too much credit and too much blame on managers, as if they control everything.
no?
no,
I
no,
At the
said
hey,
end of the
hey,
day, when you cross that white
no,
line, bro, that's on you,
H7,
bro.
H7. I said for a top team,
Bro, that's what I'm saying. For a top team, bro, that's what we do. We either
It depends on
overpraise
the
the
manager.
manager or we criticize him as if he's to blame for everything, bro.
No, not from me. If
Sometimes
you've been listening to
your
me, all
players are just crap.
no.
hey,
If you've been
Seven,
listening
with
to me,
all due respect, you have been criticizing Arteta 2 seasons
Yeah, for
ago.
years, bro. For years, but I'm still criticizing
Yeah,
him in this season, bro.
yeah, but this is what
Europa
I'm
League
telling you.
exit.
At least this season, when you see Arsenal, you can see the stamp of Arteta. There's an identity of a coach in the team. All the top four teams have an identity of their coach in the team. Since Potter came, how many formations have we used?
Like
Over
10.
6 formations, minimum. Against AC Milan, we used the formation. Against Dinamo Zagreb, we used the formation. And then in the Premier League by itself, after the World Cup, we used 3 formations. And then in the Champions League against Dortmund, we used the 3-4-3. And then against Everton, we used 3-5-2. So there is no stamp of any manager in Chelsea. It's a vibes thing. I'm gonna be real, it's vibes.
That's
Now it's the first time.
My brother.
You guys want?
You know, the other day, probably yesterday, I sent to the chat like how many Chelsea players scored during the international break. So the problem is not that the players can't score. I think Kovacic had 2 goals. Enzo had 1 goal. Then I think Havertz had an assist. Then they were up to like 6 or 7 Chelsea players that actually scored during this international break. So this player can actually score. They can score goals. So that's not a problem.
It's true.
Are we talking about stat padding against dead international teams? Is that what we're talking about now?
No. What we mean is, like, look, think about this. These are professional players, right? They made it to this level for a reason. They came to a big team in the Premier League for a reason. They've played well when they were playing under Tuchel. They scored the most goals. I think the second highest goals in the Premier League behind Man City. And they had the highest chances.
When was this? Last season?
With Tuchel. Yeah, last season. Not last season. Yeah, sorry, last season. Yes, you're right. So they had chances, but the players missed it. That's different because at least the coaching was there. There was an attacking identity. There was a defending identity. There was a way to move the ball. You knew when a team is playing Chelsea, you knew what's coming. But with this team, now the only time I started seeing some sort of an identity is when we went 3 at the back against Dortmund onwards. That's the only time I've seen some sort of an identity.
Good. Actually, that's not actually an identity. That's just muscle memory of the team being used to playing that formation. That's just muscle memory, just mere muscle memory. To be fair, like the players, all of them know what they are supposed to do, and they've played in that system. That's not down to the coach, in my own opinion.
Yeah, no. I'm not giving it to the coach. I'm giving it to the players, because as you said, it's muscle memory, but they know this identity very well. They've played this way for a while, thanks to Tuchel. He drilled it in their system. So now, even though he's not going to coach, and he's not going to stamp his authority in terms of formations, the players are picking up the pieces. But when he does stamp his authority, aka his in-game substitutions, look at what happened against Everton.
And another thing, Guled, is, the problem is we've been so indoctrinated with, media football that sometimes we actually shift away from the real football. Okay, look at Bayern Munich now. That's why I don't like that word saying sack manager, as if he's done wrong. They don't have to do wrong when you're a big club. You can decide to change them. That's why I prefer to say change managers. Okay, look at Bayern Munich now. The guy is it not top of the league or second? Look at where he is.
It was a point behind Dortmund.
There was beef going on in the back.
Hold on.
That's why.
Look at where he is. Look at where he is in the Champions League, and they decided to change him. Okay, that's what big clubs do. It seems
wait, can I ask a question? Is that what you lot want, though? Do you lot want to change the manager right now?
In Chelsea, we're just like scared. Suddenly, we're scared to change manager.
And Abdul, to add to your point, that guy had 5 years contract too. So
exactly. So what all these 5-year bullshit people are coming up with?
Yeah, thank you.
H7 actually. No, Abdul. H7 actually asked an interesting question. He said, "Would we like to change Potter right now?"
Right now, like if you had the option right now today.
I have recommended his change like 3 months ago.
Yes, but but right now,
as we
That's
speak,
what
right
I'm
now.
trying to say. That changing
and who would you bring in? Who would you bring in?
Hold on. That is why I'm trying to say changing managers for big clubs shouldn't be a big deal. But they attach this phrase, this chain to it, like sack, as if it sort of become a taboo. It's not sacking managers for a big club. It's changing managers. So I
Yeah,
would
it's a
like to change
philosophy
it,
change.
like tomorrow morning. I can actually take the change letter, the P45 from Standford Bridge. I'll walk to his house and deliver it if that's what they need. I don't mind if it's done tomorrow. It's not a big deal. That's what I'm trying to say.
Do what Bayern done. Just tweet it out, and I let Fabrizio tweet it out, and I let him find
That is
out.
what I am saying. It's not a big deal to change managers for a big club. It's not a
true.
big deal. But we attach such importance to it, like, oh, don't do it. Everyone is going to be upset. Whatever. It's just changing managers. It's just like you buy players, you sell players. Is that a big deal? It's not a big deal to buy and sell players for a
No,
big club.
to be fair, Abdul, you're right, because case in point, when Lampard got sacked and Tuchel came in, you know, we flourished. We won the
Exactly.
Champions League. We were in six finals.
That guy was
Exactly.
a special guy,
And
bro.
look at the
Yeah.
Tuchel now. Look at the Tuchel now. He's back in the Bayern role.
And I have a weird
Yeah.
feeling he's gonna do the same thing that he done with you lot, with Bayern.
Exactly. So it's not a big deal. You look after the club. It's about the club. It's about the club, and it's about, you know, the emotional attachment the fans have to this club, which is we all follow Chelsea just because we think Chelsea is winning and for our love for it. It's not like we get anything in return per se, apart from, you know, passion, love, and things like that.
And history, that's it.
And history. So that's what you have to cater to. Not, don't sack him. It looks bad. What's going to happen? Ooh, come on, man. It's just changing managers. Just like we buy and sell players at the end of the season. Why is it a big deal?
But Abdul,
Just happy you lot got rid of Tuchel, you know. Like that guy that guy was scaring me when he was here, man.
Yeah, but Abdul, let's be honest, right?
Yeah.
This is the issue when it comes to ownership, right? The owner, okay, our owner, he is not someone who we can say is a football fanatic, right? He doesn't know. In fact, he might even not know anything about football until he bought Chelsea, right? But he's got 3 sporting directors, and these 3 sporting directors are football fanatics. At least Vivel is, and Paul Winstanley is, because these guys are ready to travel to the ghettos of South America to go and find gems. You have to be a football fanatic to go that deep into football, with all due respect, depending on the scouting, right? So if these football fanatics cannot make decisions like this in our board, because Todd Bowley said so, then that shows you that Todd Bowley is the reason why we cannot change the philosophy in the club mid-season like you want it to be.
No. I accept whatever they do because it's their own club. Whatever you do, please don't relate it or attach it to football reasons. Maybe you like the guy's face or his facial beard. Okay, we accept that. But don't give me football reason excuse for a top club. Okay, so what's your football reason? What's their football reason?
It's true, there is none. There is
none.
There is none.
Because you were talking about Nagelsmann. Nagelsmann in his first season had 70.1% winning rate in Bundesliga. People say Bayern, but he won the Bundesliga and he did to Cup. His second season, he was second to Dortmund. He had 71.25 winning rate. He knocked out PSG, FC Barcelona, Inter Milan, and he did not consider goal except Victoria Pleasing, where he considered goal at. They considered 2 goals. And Bayern only did what? They sacked him because they had Thomas Tuchel on the market available. That's how top club they are. Not that Nagelsmann is bad, it's not good enough for them, but they believe we have to take our chances now.
No, because it's Bayern. And that's what you do as a big club. You change money. I don't like that word sack because it has like a taboo to it now or some negative connotation to it.
Mutual
like you've taken his wife away from him. Oh, you sacked him. You know, you're taking his pet away from him. We just changed him. It's not a big deal. They're Bayern. If we're Chelsea, why is it a big deal?
No, you're right, Abdul, because I absolutely agree, Abdul, because if you put the manager to one side, if you want good for your club, but you see that the philosophy of the manager you had is not conducive to your team, regardless of what's happening backstage and the issues he had with the board and the players and so on, you always think about the betterment of your club. Exactly. And Bayern did so by changing the philosophy.
Exactly.
That's all they
And
did. You're right.
exactly. And they could wake up tomorrow and change again and change the manager.
Yeah.
That's why they are called Bayern. That's why they won the league like 10 or 11 times in a row. So I don't even know the football reasons why we're holding on to Porter. I think there's something else,
It's not
which, okay,
footballing. It's footballing.
yeah, so that's fair enough because, people.
Yo, guys, I got a
people-
cut though. Yeah, take care, you lot. Yeah.
big
No
up
worries,
yourself.
bro. No worries, bro.
Peace.
So the thing is, fair enough, we are all human beings. So if there are other, situations to actually or conditions to consider, okay, yeah, I accept that. But don't bring football reasons and say this is the reason why you cannot change a manager in a big club. There's no
No,
football reason that I can think
there is
about.
there is none. I've thought about it. There is none.
For a big club,
There is none.
Because Abdul, go ahead. Because that was what I was telling Blue Eyes. If you look at our April matches, we are not surviving in April. There's no how in hell. We are playing with Nahemi on Saturday. If they win, they go above us. Next match, Liverpool. I don't know the Liverpool. Are we gonna say the Liverpool United that they beat 7-0 at Anfield? Are we gonna say that same Liverpool? I'm not sure. So that I'm not even sure about it. And before then, we play Wolverhampton Wanderers, who is fighting their life in relegation, who doesn't want to relegate. I'm scared.
Yeah, but Abdullah, that's even too far. Let's think about Aston Villa first. You're going too far. Let's just stay at Aston Villa at the moment because we can clearly say.
If you cannot beat Henry, how do you be a club?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can clearly say that, okay, now as the panels in the stream, right? Even if we put Graham Potter at one side, aside, because we've seen the mistakes he made when it comes to substitutions, right? Even if you put him aside, this is the time where we can see what the future of Chelsea holds in terms of the identity and character of these players.
Guys, imagine this fourth paid manager in world football. Oh my God, Lord have mercy. Higher salary than Ancelotti and Mourinho. It's going to cost a lot having a new manager. I don't vote for it. Chelsea have the money. What's going to cost a lot of money?
Abdullah, but that's why I cannot really criticize what do you call it, Todd Bowley and the owners of Chelsea, because if you make Graham Potter fourth highest paid player in the world, what that is telling me is you have the best of intention. You get it? But sometimes you can have the best of intention and actually have the wrong policy. We see it all the time with organizations and government and things like that. You have the best of intention, but your policy might not be correct or might not be applicable to what you're trying to apply it to.
But the same thing happens to Bayern. Bayern gave Nagelsmann 5 years and they paid out his contract. They paid it. Now his staff and him is close to 25 million. I know how much they pay him out. They're paying 50 million out. 50 M.
And to me, I understand people's concern when they say, "Oh, whatever." It shows Bowley actually just made a mistake. I have nothing against Bowley's intention here, but then what does it matter? We're not going to play the Champions League next season, so we don't really have to have a big squad, especially if we finish outside the top 6 and we're not playing any European competition. So it means we don't really need to have like a bloated squad. So I don't see any reason why we cannot really what do you call it? Raise the funds. Worst case scenario, raise the fund within the club to pay him off. You'll
have to at least offload minimum 8 players.
Exactly. Yep. And so what's the are people not considering? I'm directing to vote with your feet now. Are people not considering the consequence of keeping him? You say because it's going to be expensive. It's going to be much more expensive if you keep him.
Abdul,
and you keep failing.
Let me play devil's advocate for a second. Right? You see, with Nagelsmann, fair enough. He was an upcoming coach.
Said the difference between Nagelsmann is they only have to pay him more. They have to pay off his salary until they find a new club, which will be soon. If Potter, I don't see him rushing to get a new job. Yeah, I don't care, but they have to just let him go. That's it. There must be an agreement that if it does not meet the club quotas
What
on this
I want
list,
people to understand or think about is if we keep Potter and he doesn't meet our expectation for the next 2 or 3 seasons, is that not even more costly to Chelsea Football Club?
it is.
From a
You know what I
footballing
mean?
sense, it is. From a business
Even
sense, it isn't.
you
That's the
know,
problem.
yeah, but if you miss out on Champions League for 2, 3 seasons because the manager is not good enough to get you there, would that not even cost us more? And we're finishing outside the top 4, top 6, or outside the top 4 for the next 2, 3 seasons.
Yeah, of course it will cost us.
It's going to cost us.
Of
If
course it will
not
cost us.
more, it's going to cost us a reasonable amount.
This is why I said let me play devil's advocate for a second, right?
Go ahead.
Fair enough, Nagelsmann. He was an upcoming coach like Potter. He had his chance with Bayern Munich. He was there for a season and a half, correct?
Yeah.
So which means the first season he was there. So even if we take their template, since we are a big club, right? If they give Potter this season, the issue with Potter is they didn't only bring him, they brought his whole team. His whole freaking team are with him from Brighton.
That's my issue.
Fair enough. We hired the sporting director, right? Now he's a Chelsea sporting director. We can put that to one side. But the whole training staff is his staff from Brighton. They didn't only hire him. So this is where Todd Bowley's judgment should come into play. If he gives him a season and says, okay, let me give him 1 season, and then the next season he says, okay, since he's starting from fresh, from zero, and every team has 0 points, let's see what he's made of. In a blink of an eye, it's going to be almost 2 seasons. This season and next season. So even if he says, let me give him a fair shake, because we brought him in a way halfway. Let's say, even though it was not halfway, it was close to beginning of the season, but just to give him the benefit of the doubt, let's say we brought him halfway in the season before the World Cup. So Bowley might be thinking, let me give him a full season. So now, if this season, touch wood, if we win the Champions League, fair. If we don't, we're out of the Champions League places. Second season, if he gives him from scratch to start in the same level playing field with other teams, that's another season gone down the drain if he doesn't make top 4 or challenge for the league. So if there's going to be any change, logically, it will come from the third season onwards. So probably 2025. That's the issue.
No. Why are we going to give him next season?
This is why I said it depends on Todd Bowley's judgment. Because if Todd Bowley says, fair enough, we never gave him a fair shake because he came midway through this season. If he says, let me give him a full season and let's see what he can do, we already wasted 2 seasons.
Okay.
So this is where Todd Bowley have to step down and let the sporting directors, which is not 1, which is not 2, but 3, do their job.
He's got enough football people around him that should be able to give him the right advice this summer. And if they claim that we should give him another season, then I don't even think those guys know they are serving Chelsea Football Club. They might be serving, I don't know, maybe they're serving their pockets or they're serving something else.
Yeah, but Abdul, look at this. If you're an owner of a club and you hired experts, so-called experts, right?
Yeah.
And they gave you every point of contention or opinion to you and tell you to change your ways, it all comes down to you anyway.
Yeah.
So it depends on your character and your judgment to make the right call.
Because these things, you see, the problem is if it goes on too long, then it starts having a rippling effect on other aspect of the business. So, for example, now, okay, we give him next season. Okay, we don't do too well. Okay, so it means the following season, it means okay, not this season. This season we know it's rubbish. Next season we give him next season. We don't do too well. So what that means is the season after that, there isn't much guaranteed. Now, when you look at the way people like Enzo are playing, and he keeps up this high level performance for 2 seasons, but there's no return in terms of trophy, right? And accolades, global accolades in 2 seasons with the way he's playing. Okay, he plays like that for 2 more seasons. He's going to get close to the Ballon d'Or. And then after 2 seasons, nothing's really happening. Nothing's really on the horizon in terms of Chelsea Football Club dominating. Don't you think people like that, if they keep improving, Madrid comes knocking, what do you think will happen? You say he wants to leave.
But can you blame him?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If you leave it too long to fester, it will start having a complete effect beyond just keeping or changing a coach. It will start getting to the players. We'll start losing some of these people we've even invested in.
Exactly. That's my view.
That's where the cost will come from. That's where the other. It's not just going to be financial. The cost might sort of be spreading beyond just just the coach and the manager. I'm echoing. I think somebody's okay. So the thing might be spreading.
Yeah.
It's so true. Someone like Enzo wants to leave after 2 seasons, and he really wants to leave because in maybe
even
like
if we sign Joao Felix, even if we sign Joao Felix, he could be leaving as well.
So maybe because Madrid they don't have Modric, and they don't have Cruz anymore.
Yeah.
And this kid is world level. He's Argentine. He hasn't got much, emotional ties to Chelsea. He's gone. Look at the trouble he went through to actually secure his signature.
Yeah, but Abdul, this is why I said to you, now at the end of this season, we will know what kind of judgment Boli will make.
Yeah.
Because we either become the Chelsea of old, right? And thanks to Egbali, maybe he can knock some sense into his head if he's not listening. Or he becomes the new version of Daniel Levy. Seriously.
That's good. That's true.
Because if you look at it, we are talking about football, right, Abdul? Let's look at this from a footballing point of view. Every American owner that came into a big club, case in point, Man United, case in point, Arsenal with the Cronkies, they always put business first.
Yeah.
They always did.
Good.
So in terms of my historical projection, if I try to compare notes, every American that comes always puts business first. So are we going to be Daniel Levy, the new Daniel Levy team, or are we going to be Chelsea and this guy's going to make the right decision? We're only going to find out at the end of
Madam Chema, what do you think, Madam Chema? What do you think? Because I want him gone, regardless of whether we like him or not. I want him gone. And I like what Gule said. Well, this is why important. This April match is very pivotal for his career. And I said it the last time. Conte going, Nagelsmann getting sacked is negative for Graham Potter. That is not a positive. Because if he does not win the next 7 matches, he's out of the door. I don't care. Because the excuse we give him, player needs time, player from injury. He doesn't have that time anymore. Because Chelsea will demand to see if we are sinking, because if Aston Villa beat us on Saturday, they go above us, we'll remain in the 11. And as of like keep people moving. Whether we like it or not, the people behind us might win like 2-3 matches or 4 matches in a row. We sink, we go to 13th or 14th in the table. Is that what Odbole wants? I don't know. We have to wait and see. And if you get to that extent, that's where you see the Chelsea fans start pulling the plug, which I wanted to do from day one, and they haven't done it. I want them to do it. Them having a go at Potter, I'm just laughing. Have a go at Todd Bowley, Christopher Vivell, Egbali. Have a go at them. Put their ownership into shambles. Let Todd Bowley become the talk of the town, both social media. Now, then they will be able to wise up and behave normal as an owner. Because they're not behaving normal to me. They're behaving abnormal to me. So maybe if you can have a little bit of violence with them, maybe Chelsea will behave. They'll have.
Chioma, go ahead.
Chioma, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think the fans, right? They are the ones who are going to make that decision eventually. Yeah, if Todd Bowley is not gonna do anything about it, then it's gonna be us, the fans.
No.
Because there's no way next season we should finish out of the top 4.
No, your build is so no. Our target is in the next five years. Relax, calm down.
In the
next 5 years, we want to take our time. We want to we want to relax.
We are going to miss out on revenue, even like we are not gonna.
No, we'll be fine. We're building a nice little project for the next
project.
Blue Eyes, really.
Calm down, Chioma. Calm down. We need, there's no rush. Right now, we're trying to understand the DNA of this club. Let us relax. Listen, you remember when they bring a hot bowl of soup to your table? You don't go straight for the middle of the soup. You start from the sides.
Okay, what if the side is not good enough? Yeah.
No, but because the reason why you go from the sides is because the side is cooler. If you go to the middle of the hot plate of soup, you get burnt.
Let me get bored.
When you go from the side, so right now we are going from the side. There's no rush. At least we go from the side. We'll finish the soup, but at least in the next 5 years, we need to understand our players. Give this man time.
No. 5 years. 5 years is too long.
No, he needs at least. We're looking at at least 10 to 15. Give him club time.
So excuse me.
We can understand what we're doing.
No, Blue Eyes. I don't agree with you.
As much as this is funny, but I'm not surprised guys could say that.
Blue Eyes, you are sick in the air for saying
that.
Give this man
this
time.
Is the same person who wants us to finish in the top 4 this season.
But I said you can finish top 4 and still give this man time. Let him relax. Right now, he's on edges. He's on edges.
Our goal is to finish in the top 4 next season. And the season after that, maybe win the Premier.
How are you going to finish the top 4 next season when he doesn't even know his players?
He's going to get a preseason.
Sorry?
He's going to have a preseason.
Are you serious, Chioma? Now I know you're trying to be troublesome. So hold on. You're going to use preseason to say that Graham Potter is ready.
Yes, look at what Arteta did. He had a very beautiful preseason. Look at what he did, Arteta.
No, but Chioma, okay. Do you really want to talk about Arteta? How long did it take Arteta to get to this point?
Please stop, man. Where are you dragging this argument to?
No. Hold on.
Let's talk something else.
And how long has what's the guy's name? Mr. Potter. He has been in the Premier League for a long time as well.
This is an A-B situation. See yourself in the corner. Okay.
No.
Chioma, as you were saying.
No, Potter has been. I'm gonna call him Potter right now. He has been in the Premier League for how long? Forget about Chelsea. He managed the Brighton.
Brighton, yes.
So he knows how the Premier League is.
No, but listen, remember when it depends on the kind of high school student you were. Remember when sometimes when you move from one high school to another, you know the difference when you make that move. If you go to it, there's times, even though you're stubborn, if you end up at a very good school, nobody will tell you. Hold on.
As the movie not started.
Hold on.
Have they not started the movie?
Hold on.
Are you not in a cinema?
Hold on now. This guy, man.
I'm gonna give you a red card.
Exactly. Thank you. This is an A-B situation. This is an A-B situation. Can I just finish with Chioma? I can see Abdul being that third wheel rolling around the place. Now package yourself, man. Choma,
Have you finished your popcorn?
Choma, like I was saying.
When
Choma,
is
like
the
I was
starting?
saying. No, hold on now.
I've
Choma, like
been
I
letting
was
them-
saying. Exactly. Choma, like I was
Right.
saying, I beg you. Ah,
Go ahead.
what were we talking about again when this guy started talking?
You're talking about the school. The school.
Yeah, exactly. There's different schools. Gule, God bless you. When you go to a different school, even though you're stubborn, but if you go to a school that is a school, there's a way you package yourself. And that is what happened. That is what just happened to Graham Potter. Graham Potter is now in that different school, even though he's a good coach. But you now have to up your game, and he hasn't been able to do that.
Yeah, but now we are going to give him a full season plus a
No, I can give him 5
preseason.
years. Give him 5 years.
No,
Bless, you are sick for saying you're gonna give him.
Why not?
Why?
Blue Eyes is so funny,
Bless.
man.
Bless. Why are you?
Choma,
move
please
on,
stop
move on,
saying this preseason
move
and season. Please
Move on,
stop
move
saying
on,
it,
move
man.
on. Choma, no, I can't believe you, man.
The
I
guy
want to
has
give
had
him
10
1
months.
year. Give him 5 years.
Bless. No. Give me. I don't see. Chelsea is blessed.
Maybe he might not get 1 year. Maybe this is his last season. You never know. But let's just say
last season.
maybe
This
they're
should be
gonna
his
give
last.
him a chance and say, okay, we'll give you a full season and take it from there. If
What
you
if
meet
he
our
wins the- what if he
expectations,
wins the
you stay.
Champions
If
League?
not, you go.
Choma,
Why
what
do
if
you
he
want to
wins the
give him a
Champions
season?
League?
I still will let them go.
Choma,
Di Matteo
Choma,
won
what
this
if he
year.
wins the Champions League?
What happened? Di Matteo won this year.
No,
What
if
next?
you win the
What's that?
Champions League,
Uh-huh.
I
Exactly.
still wasn't gone.
You see? Choma, you see the problem. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, even if we win the Champions League, I will still not give him 5 years. Sorry.
Exactly. Di Matteo won the UCL. So
Yes, because Champions League, it's whoever shows up. If you show up, you can win. If you don't, you don't win. It's a cup game, right?
yeah, it's a tournament game. It's a tournament.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, but the thing is, if you put yourself in, now I'm actually being crazy. If you put yourself in Graham Potter's shoes, and Graham Potter wants to protect that paycheck, he's gonna have to find a way to win the Champions League.
Then he needs to do that. He needs to pull up his socks and do that and do the job. Look at what we did 2 weeks ago with Everton. I couldn't even come on the stream. I couldn't deal with it.
I lost it, man.
Too much, you know.
I'm blessed. You will lose it again this Saturday.
I have a funny feeling, but I just think, listen, my problem with the kind of fan I am, I will cuss out until the next game. When I see team list, I'll just calm down. That's my problem. As soon as I see team list, I just calm down. But against Aston Villa,
I switch off my TV. I went to my kitchen. I started cooking. I didn't want to talk to nobody.
After Everton, I lost it, man. I couldn't take it anymore.
You see? And then you are saying we should give him 5 years? Oh, no.
No, but we need to give him 5 years so that we don't have to be in this mess again. We don't want to be feeling the same way.
They're going to learn the hard way. You know, Todd Bowley and the rest, they are going to learn the hard way. I'm telling you.
But Choma, let me tell you something that's really funny. And it's even unlike what I would say. But Choma, do you know what? That by the end of April, we could have a fully fit squad that includes a fully fit Kante, a fully fit Mason Mount, a fully fit Thiago Silva, a fully fit Aubameyang, a fully fit, who else has been on the fringes? Like we could have who?
Sterling.
Oh, I didn't even mention a fully fit Raheem Sterling, Choma. As a matter of fact, by Easter. So again, but I'm not a superficial kind of fan that will say if these guys all come back, we're going to win. But if you look at, because come the ambers of the season, come towards April, it comes down to the balance of your squad. And it looks like we might have depth by middle of April.
And what about Reece James?
It will be fit too. It wasn't planned today.
You see? So again,
but I guess in as much as we have a fully fit squad, but would you have as a manager? A high school student. Let's move on.
But Abdullah, remember what I told you. The rest of the season is not going to be about the coach. It's going to be about the players.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the coach has to be smart to know how. That's why you have to be a good coach to know how to ride that tide. You know, like if you get a good horse, for those of you who watch horse racing, if you get a good horse, you just need a jockey that knows how to manage the momentum. It's not about being a good horse rider. Yeah. It's about knowing how to go the giddy ups.
Yeah.
So again, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go.
I got what you said, Blue Eyes, but I'm still not strong. But I'm looking at the yesterday match,
we shall see.
And I'm shaking myself. We see. Now let's talk. This pertain to the course I studied in school, which I want to because the past has been asking me, and I need to kind of have some explanation about it to them.
You know, it's not all of us that went to school.
Are you what?
Bless.
May God forgive you, bro.
Why?
Some of us went through the back door, man.
No comment. Guys, I'm not responding. People in the chat, I did not say anything, sir.
Some of us were copying from the back of the class, man.
It happens. So people are kind of asking me, and I want to kind of debate to the Standford Bridge redevelopment. And I've been hearing some news that the fans they're gonna be a protest because they don't want to move away from Standford Bridge. But let me give some people who doesn't understand stuff breakdown of the scenario. I've never gone to Standford Bridge, but I've asked people that have gone there. Bullet has gone there, Steve has gone there, Emmy has gone there, and I've asked them. I have two. For me, it's only two options. Either you.
Choma, what about Choma? Have you been? Choma, have you been to Standford Bridge? Oh, she's not on there.
I think she's muted. So for me, because for people who are
no, I have not.
You've not? Okay.
For people who are been there, I've asked them the same question. It's two things for me. Either you completely rebuild it from the scratch by taking out the pitch from scratch, or you go to a different place entirely and rebuild it. Maybe like 10 minutes not far away from Standford Bridge, because Standford Bridge is very small. And for Chelsea caliber, with kind of the squad we have, everything that is going on with the American owners, they want something of an expansion of 75 seaters. Standford Bridge will not give you 75 seaters because people are living in Standford Bridge, besides Standford Bridge, like the hotels, the restaurants. You have to combine those two of them together to build a new stadium. Just need to understand something. Yes, the pitch owner and the bridge, they are connected with the fans, but we have to use our brain. It's a technology now where we have seen this stadium, Etihad, Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, Santiago Bernabeu. When the Bernabeu finish, that's gonna be 85 seaters. The attendance is gonna be 85. It's gonna be one of the best stadiums in world football, in Bernabeu Stadium. That is what Perez is building. So if Boli is saying he wants to build a stadium of 75 seaters without attendance, Chelsea fans need to use the brain and say we have to move away from Standford Bridge and get a new stadium with the caliber of club we have. We deserve to have a new stadium. Standford Bridge has been there for a very long time. We have to move away from it and get a new stadium. Stop this fickle rubbish and doing, guys. Like people say in my 5 years, as an engineer, a fully built, complete stadium take maximum 2 to 3 years. Maximum 2 to 3 years. If you know what you're doing as an engineer, 2 to 3 years. A fully rebuilt, ready stadium is 2 to 3 years. Everything is ready. The changing room, every damn thing you need is ready. So if it's gonna be 5 years for the engineering people, it's okay. But some engineers takes 3 years to finish a finished rebuilt stadium. So what do we want? Go ahead, Gemma.
No, I'm saying that the stadium looks very small compared to the other, to Tottenham.
Yes, it looks very, very small. Yes, but Tottenham wants to build close to 75 seaters. That's what he wants to build. And they are looking at Ellen Court, whatever the name is. That's what they are looking at to build a new. But Chelsea fans, they want to protest.
Yeah, I heard someone saying is it El Court or something?
El Court. It's like 10 minutes away.
El Court.
Let's go. So, Gullet, is it 5 or 10 minutes away from Standford Bridge? Is it 5 minutes?
Yeah, maximum 10.
10 minutes away.
Yeah, maximum 10 minutes.
So why Chelsea fans want to protest? Because the ownership want to build a new stadium. Because Standford Bridge is not okay. And see, this is the problem now. You cannot build stand by stand in Standford Bridge, because if you're gonna do that, you're gonna inconvenience the players coming in, and both the fan base and the non-fan base, because people are working there. So you have to build a complete new stadium which you have to kind of take it out from the ground and rebuild. You can't do that in the bridge because there's an hotel, there's a restaurant. You have to dismantle all of them and pay those people money. Are you gonna do that? I'm not sure. It depends. So it depends on what the fan base wants. And the fans they start whining, start crying. I do not understand Chelsea fan base. What do you want? Do you want to remain in Standford Bridge or you want to move away? I'm confused.
Ask Gullet. You are based in London, right?
Yeah, Gullet and Abdul.
Yes.
Oh, Abdul also? Wow. Okay. Yeah, so you guys can share this with us.
Guys, please make an iPod out to Abdul. Gullet, talk.
Yeah, I know. Abdul doesn't sound like somebody that is in London.
No, I thought he was based in the
US. God will forgive you.
Gullet,
It's Ramadan. Wow.
Sorry, what was Blue Eyes saying?
He said,
I thought you were based in the US. I thought you were based in the US.
No.
No.
Chama, Abdul and I are both based in London.
Okay, I'm in Toronto.
Oh, okay.
That's a beautiful. That's a beautiful. Wow. Wow, that's beautiful. Don't worry, I am coming to. I'm coming to Toronto next year.
Are you Toronto Maple Leafs or are you Toronto Raptors?
The Raptors with the North.
No comments. Gullet, let me come to Gullet. Gullet, you live in London. Talk to me about Alien Cut and do it for me because as an engineer, for me, I've gone to because when we did the project when it comes to building stuff, I've gone to the Mercedes-Benz in Atlanta and at the Philadelphia one. So I know what the stadium look like when it comes to.
Mm-hmm.
I know how it look like, how the stadium look like. The Atlanta Georgia Stadium is 60 seaters. They want to increase it because of the World Cup to close to 80. I'm not sure they're gonna do that because they have to do some stuff in it. But that stadium is good enough to play football. So the Philadelphia one is, I think it's 80 or 85, I'm not sure. The one in Washington, D.C. So that one is big. I know that one very well is big. So now you live in London, you have to kind of elaborate more. What do the fans want? Because Burnley wants to be close to 75 seaters. So how do we do it? Are you going to build it in Standford or you have to go to Helen Court? I'm confused. You live in London.
No, Abdullah, with Chelsea fans, it's just a sentimentalism thing. You know, we know how historical our stadium is. You know what we achieved in the stadium.
Yeah.
The location that we're based in now, there's free parking for the fans, but in Earl's Court there is no free parking.
Okay, you have to pay.
And because the cost of living is going up, obviously that's another issue that people are scared of. Like now in London, you can even ask Abdul. Like the monthly electricity is like 200, 300 pounds minimum. You know, so it's a thing where because of the cost of living and because of the economical crisis, they know if fans are going to come there, they will have to pay for parking, right? But with Standford Bridge, the parking is free, especially in game days. That's the first one. The second one is the historical sentimentalism, right? And the third one, especially I've noticed with Chelsea fans, is that Chelsea fans have the oldest fans. Like you see when you look at Arsenal and when you look at Man United, most of the fans are from like 1995 up. But with Chelsea, like you can see like a family tree of all Chelsea fans in one house. You see what I mean?
You're right.
So it's more
No. I beg to differ, but go ahead.
No, fair enough.
I find a lot of Chelsea fans. I find a lot of Chelsea fans historically come out of a position of rebellion spirit. Every Chelsea fan, like in my case, I have everybody in my family is Arsenal. There's always a reason to be a Chelsea fan in a household. You're always the rebel. I find.
Yeah, but listen.
Okay.
Yeah,
but that is an African house.
My mom is a national fan. My brother is a national fan.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying? Exactly.
Yeah, but then my brother He was born in the 90s.
Yeah.
And then I have two brothers.
Yes.
Who are Man U fans.
Okay.
One is from the 80s, who was born in the 80s.
Yeah.
That's the one who's behind me, who follows me.
Okay.
And then the other one was born in the 90s. Yeah. And then my dad is a Man U fan too.
Ooh. So that means your household started with Man U, and then Arsenal came in and rebelled, and then Chelsea came in and rebelled.
But my mom is also Arsenal fan.
There you go. I just find in most Chelsea households, you always have rival fans around you.
Yeah,
like
but
the
guys,
majority
I'm talking
rival
about
fans.
I'm talking about the English ones. I know in African households, yes, we are always the rebellion, the rebellious ones. I understand, but with these original Chelsea fans, it's a family treatment.
But the same thing applies to Chelsea fans today, because a lot of people think Chelsea fans came out of Abramovich's era, and Abramovich's era is the new era.
Yeah, that's the youngest ones actually.
That's the youngest one. There's Ben Kate and is it Ben? Yeah, Ben Kate.
We used to play in the championship in the 80s.
I know. I understand the history, but I'm just saying that the stereotype is that most Chelsea fans come out of
because I'm talking about the stadium, because for me as an engineer now, if you want to just be very talk as an engineer, you want to be national stadium, it takes you maximum 2-3 years. But because of the attachment we have with Standford Bridge, people want to start dragging it, the love and everything. It's going to take Todd Bowley to build the stadium and everything and the facility 5 years.
No. Let me say something. It's not about whether you're an engineer or whether it's an engineer or whether what kind of project it is. It's about the return on investment. And right now, we were talking about it on your stream before, Abdullahi. There's more. It looks like there's more money in a digital footprint than a stadium ticket. So why don't you retain the originality and the hereditary of this particular stadium the way it is, and make the extra money on a digital ticket or a subscription?
But Blaise, in London now, Chelsea has one of the most oldest and tiny stadium. Why the rest?
Yeah, but you can renovate this one. You can renovate because if I'm Todd Bowley, right? I'm thinking if I know having a big stadium represents the heart of the club. I get it. I know it's the best feeling. Look at Tottenham today. The stadium actually changed the face of Tottenham from what Tottenham used to. Just that stadium alone. Exactly. Just that stadium alone upped the Tottenham equity. However, if I'm Todd Bowley, I've spent how much in players now? 600.6 billion in new players that we don't even know are going to work. So if my profit mind is thinking, I'm going to say, hey, listen, man, I'm keeping this stadium the way it is. I'll patch it up, renovate it, add 1 or 2, and the money I would have used. Let's say I was going to go and look for how much would it cost for a new stadium somewhere else?
2 billion, maybe 1 billion.
1.5.
That's your field, so you should be able to give me that.
So it's 1 billion for me. Because if you're gonna
for how many seater?
75 to 80. 1 billion, because you're gonna do the facility where the away end, the home end. Because Todd Bowley wants to do the PS4 and rubbish. So all those stuff is 1 billion because of the 80 seaters and everything. If you want to do the video games, the swimming pool, blah blah blah.
It's not much. Okay, I thought you were going to tell me 2 or 3 billion. Then I'll say, why do I?
It's 1 billion because that Standford Bridge is 40. So you want to be 75 to 80. For me as an engineer, it's like 1 billion because that can be done. An engineer who knows his job can do that with a range of 1 billion because you know what the club wants, what the fans want. Because Todd Bowley is looking at the Bernabeu. Bernabeu is gonna be 85. It's one of the best stadiums in world football. That's the Santiago Bernabeu, the Madrid Stadium. So Etihad is 60-65. Tottenham Hotspur is 60-65. Man City now, if the Qatari take over, they are looking to 85. That's what they are looking to. So if Todd Bowley wants to be 75 and he want to add video games to it, that's 1 billion. Standford Bridge is 40. So it has to be
I thought the price difference was going to be 2-3 billion, because if the price difference was in that range, I'm not going to touch this stadium. I keep the originality of this stadium, the original
you know what I was
foundation, and
thinking?
make all my money on digital subscriptions, man. Straight up.
Right.
I double,
Right,
and
you
it's and the return on investment just based on margins. Just your bottom line margins, because these guys are looking for margins is juice. These guys want juice right now.
Yeah, I'm blessed. Sorry to cut it short. And
Yeah.
I'm hearing, because I live in America, I'm hearing some whispers because the World Cup is in America, and Todd really want to build that studio because we might have an American takeover in terms of Samsung, Tesla, and co. Those people are demanding a new stadium that's gonna entice them in terms of the revenues, in terms of the subscription you're talking about, the revenues and everything. So it makes it more beautiful. And now American people, they want something flashy.
No, but listen, if I'm Todd Bowley, Abdullah, what you're saying is absolutely correct. If I'm Todd Bowley, right, I don't touch this stadium. I make all my money in digital subscriptions. If someone is going to come in like a Samsung based on corporate relationships, yes. If someone is going to come in and Samsung and make a proposal that, hey, XYZ, we signed this in the back end as a partnership and it comes with a new stadium, hell yeah. If it's not costing you anything but a handshake and an agreement, why not?
Yes,
the thing is blue eyes. Even that digital subscription that you're talking about, for you to actually make a success of it, it has to come with a modern stadium. Yes. So it's not about old in terms of age that is the issue now. Is the modernization of the stadium.
No, but think about it. Look at Sky. No, let me help you out. Sky Sports hasn't modernized, but Sky Sports is still eating. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Sky
because
Sports
they're changing everything, technology.
What do you mean Sky Sports hasn't modernized?
Sky Sports, if you look at Sky Sports, there's still something original about Sky Sports.
No, because their headquarters here in London is a modern headquarters. It's not just
but if you look at the product, if you look at what you watch on TV, it's like Sky Sports I watched 20 years ago. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
But that's based on machines.
It's not. No, I'm not talking about machines. I'm talking about the fact that you have to retain an identity to maintain legacy. So the identity that Sky Sports has chosen to retain, even though they've modernized, you can still see a little bit of locality to it.
I
don't know if you understand what I mean.
I get you, Black, because this is me talking as an engineer now, not as a fan. Because I look at most of the stadium. I've watched and I've gone that's what I'm saying. If Perez is saying he wants to make Bernabeu the biggest stadium in the world by making it 85, Bernabeu is not finished yet too, but it will be finished soon.
No, but you guys are not listening to what I'm saying. Listen. Let me tell you something else. I always say this, and I don't want to sound repetitive. The dissolution of brick and mortar. Go and read it up. Go and do research on it. I've said this many times, and it sounds repetitive. It sounds boring. It's called the dissolution of brick and mortar. There's not going to be the need for physical places down the road as this world melts into the digital space. Yeah, you guys are not understanding what I'm saying here.
I get what you said, Black, but this
I get what you're saying, but what I'm trying to tell you, Blue Eyes, is
you don't get
that concept. That concept still needs a modern physicality of a stadium. So if you want to have something like an esports now, no,
it doesn't. If you're a real anyways, let me not talk as if I don't have that kind of money. But if you're a real businessman, it doesn't, because you're trying to cut costs. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, are they hosting esports in the Tottenham new stadium?
No, but that's Tottenham. That's Tottenham now. We're talking about Todd Bowley. I'm just
esports. What's the meaning of that E in the esports?
EA Sport. That's the FIFA.
What do you mean?
Sponsorship. I don't know. EA Sport that appears on FIFA. That's the
where all these guys play football on
FIFA,
digital systems.
On Twitter, exactly.
Don't they do it in stadiums as well? Don't they do it? Aren't they doing it in like Tottenham? Yeah, that's what I mean.
That's not even a fraction of the kind of profit that lies in digitization of a ticket. That's what
I'm giving you. I'm just saying as an example.
Yeah,
it's not like that. Still needs a physical environment. that
It
has to be
doesn't.
more done.
It doesn't.
Let me ask Guled. Let me ask Guled now, because
Yeah.
you guys and Abdul live in London, Guled, because this is I don't live in London, so I can't say much on Standford, but I can only say what I saw in terms of pictures and videos. But you guys go to, because I've been listening to a lot of people, and I'm saying, as an engineer, it takes only maximum 2-3 years to finish up the stadium you want to build, because the video games and everything you want to do. But Chelsea fans need to realize this thing. We've been in Standford for many years. You need the new technology, which is very, very important. Everything needs to be changed. So you guys live in Standford, like how small it is in terms of renovating or building a stadium. Which one is kind of feasible as a fans watching? You go there every day.
First of all, the location of the stadium is it's close to housing estates, right? So if you look at the diameter between the stadiums and, let's say, a neighborhood, it's probably I would say two roads to 3 roads space if we push it, right? And that those roads are needed because it's in a neighborhood. People need to come into the roads and to be able to get to their homes. So it's not in an open field space like how the Philadelphia Stadium and other stadiums are, like, you know, the open space. They don't have it. It's very congested.
Those are masterpieces.
So, yeah, it's very congested, guys. So to me personally, I think there's only 2 options in terms of renovation. It's either we stick to the same ground, but instead of rebuilding, we renovate and we rebuild downwards.
Okay.
Downward.
How?
Yeah. Like,
I know what you're talking about. That could work.
Yeah. It's in terms of, you see how the stadium is right now. Let's say 3 levels down. So you can probably get another 10,000 or 15,000 max.
Max, yeah.
Yeah, 15,000 max. So that could actually do the job, and they could get to probably 65 or 68 max, right? Yeah, max. Or they move to Elscott. But if they move to Elscott, in terms of renovation, in terms of because you see how in states, in the United States, how you have states, and then under the states you have councils. You have councils, like how Nashville comes under Texas and so on.
Under Texas,
in England,
in Texas, Dallas, Texas, and everything.
Yes, in England it's the same thing. For them to actually be able to acquire the piece of land from Earl's Court, they will have to deal with the Earl's Court Council.
Wow.
And due to the economical crisis that's going on right now in London, everything seems to have 6 months to 1 year delay in terms of decision making. That's automatic in terms of I'm talking about in terms of the parliament itself. Right? If there's any change of laws or any change of anything regarding renovation and so on, it usually takes from April 4th to another April 4th. So that's a year minimum.
Wow. So what's the best case scenario now? Because
hold on, Abdullah, 2 seconds, please. But Gulad, okay. What happened to the old project? You know, the old project where Roman Abramovich wanted to build a new stadium from scratch.
Yeah, but was having a problem with the pitch owners. The pitch owners didn't allow him to do it.
Abdullah. It was just he had already what do you call it? Overcome those obstacles.
Yeah.
That's why it was just for him to give a go date to start the reconstruction of the entire place.
Yeah, I saw the plan on TV. Someone showed it.
Exactly, but that stopped because of political reasons, because he couldn't come into the country anymore.
It got ruined because of the sanctions.
Okay, so what is wrong with going ahead with that same process and building a new stadium in the same location with everything?
Maybe they have to buy from him.
But that's the thing, Abdul.
Maybe they want.
This is the issue with what you just said, right? Because of those sanctions, right? Yeah. Remember, before he actually negotiated with the so-called pitch owners, the council gave it the go-ahead.
Yeah.
Right? After the sanctions were cleared, now that there's a new owner, he will have to go through the same process from scratch again.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we know that it can that process can be a success.
Yes, it can.
Know what I mean?
And there's no way Abramovich will give his plan away. That was his plan.
No,
It wasn't
the plan for the stadium that was the trouble. It was other reasons, other.
It was the pitch owners and it was the neighborhood.
The neighborhood, and he's already overcome those, those situations. So there should be no reason why a new owner cannot, go through the same process and come to agreement, and that would enable them to build a brand new stadium from scratch. We only have to play. I think they were arranging to play at Wembley for like 2 or 3 seasons.
Yes, that was one of the options.
Yeah, because if you go to our stadium and you go to some of those new stadiums like the Arsenal Stadium, there is a massive difference. We
It's
need
day
a
and
new
night.
stadium. It's so day and night. There's a massive difference.
Yeah, but I saw Tottenham's one. They always show it on TV, right? It looks so massive.
The Tottenham one? It's not.
Yeah, it is massive.
It looks massive because it's very close to the road, but it's not.
Okay.
It looks the same to me if you compare it to the Arsenal Stadium. To me,
how many seater is in Tottenham? How many seater is Arsenal?
Arsenal, I think, is 60 something. I don't know Tottenham. I don't know what the capacity
Tottenham,
is.
I think it's 75 or 78.
Yeah,
that's a huge number.
Stadium is not our problem, man. I don't know why we're talking about stadium. Stadium is not our problem. And
no. If you're a fan that goes there regularly and you've tasted what Arsenal has and Tottenham have, it's a problem. Look, if you go to Arsenal Stadium,
if you tell a fan to choose between an EPL or a new stadium, you will take EPL.
No, but that's carrying the argument to somewhere else.
Business-wise, come on, Blue Eyes.
The stadium is not important. Maybe listen, it's the truth. The stadium is not important. That's to tell you where our mind is. Getting a stadium is a nice masterpiece, but
it's like a cherry on top.
No, but look at the reason I say that. You remember when Tottenham used to go to what's that place you go and play
White Hart?
No, the place you go and play FA Cup to win.
Wembley.
Thank you, my brother. Wembley. You
Wembley.
remember when Tottenham used to go to Wembley to play all their games?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason was because they were building the new White Hart League.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were building a new stadium. Yeah, no?
Exactly. Now they build all this new stadium. Look at where they still are. You think hold on. Let me ask you a question. You guys live in London. Do you think the Tottenham Stadium has made Tottenham bigger than Chelsea?
No, it's just in terms of revenue.
In terms of what? In terms of what?
It's only not in terms of football.
Do you think Tottenham makes more money?
Guys, keep continuing. I'm coming. I want to go.
Of course, they make more money. It's so.
No. I'm just saying. I'm asking you a simple question based on stadium generated tickets sold at the stadium.
It is so night and day.
Sorry,
it is so night and day. It's so obvious
that Tottenham makes more money.
Yeah.
You know why?
They make more money.
Oh, guys, they have NFL.
Other events at their stadium.
They're going to start playing.
Hold on. Let me ask you this question another way. So a Tottenham derby will sell more tickets at the Tottenham Stadium than a Chelsea derby would at Standford Bridge.
Yes.
Because of the capacity, guys.
Are you serious?
We have 40,000 capacity. They are 75.
Gulad, even their corporate tickets, okay, what they will charge, Chelsea will not dare think about charging what they will charge. Because
I'm
not really missing. So I'm not really missing anything. Not having gone to Standford Bridge. No wonder I've been chilling. No wonder I'm good.
I want to ask, where's Abdullah?
Missing nonsense.
Abdullahi.
He said he's gonna come back.
But no.
Okay. What I want to ask, why can't the top of the top of the stadium? Why can't they extend it from up there as well? They can't do that.
I think it comes with different kind of permission in terms of construction. I don't know much about construction, but I think construction has they give you limits, what you can do and what you cannot do, how you can expand, how you cannot expand. And as Bullet
Okay.
said, it's like where you are living now, okay, in Tottenham, sorry, in Toronto, it's like having a a stadium next to your road, like just the road that passes in front of your house, just 2 roads from there, in the middle of residential area.
Mm.
And
No,
it's
but
in the
listen,
middle of
for me, that's beauty.
It's like
For
in a
me,
residential area.
for me, that's
Okay.
originality. For me, that's originality. And this is the reason why I say it is very important. I'm curious to know the mind of Todd Bowley. So
We
this is
all are.
where
We all are, guys.
exactly. This is where I want to know exactly, because listen, there's town, like you guys have all traveled. There's cities that you go to in the world, and there's buildings that they call what's it called, heritage buildings. They don't touch those.
Blue Eyes, read what's on the screen. Read that. Did you read that? Dan E just posted something.
Yeah, but again, Dan E, 5,000 people on a season ticket winning list.
500,000.
I know, but what is the DNA of that club?
Yeah, no, the DNA never changed. Oh, guys, you're right. But guess what they started doing now? Now, the NFL playoffs, they used to play at Wembley. They will start playing it in Tottenham Stadium now. Also, they're going to start doing promotions. Instead of Beyonce and Rihanna coming to the O2 Arena, they'll be going to Tottenham.
Exactly.
That's what we also need to do.
Yes, that's why there's some. Listen, I find there's something sexy about this stadium, this Standford Bridge, the way it is. I like it.
Blue eyes. You might like it, okay?
Yeah.
But Bullard will not like it because it takes him an hour to go. If he doesn't leave early, to leave from the stadium to the train, to take a train. If he's taking a train, it takes him an hour.
I drive, but when I used to take the train, it takes me at least 40 minutes.
Yeah, but me, I normally take the train. So it's either I leave 10 minutes before the end of the game, right? Or if I leave, then I have to hang around because I don't want to be around the crowd, just that tight area where between taking the train and leaving the stadium.
But that's the advantage. That's the advantage. That's why it's called Standford Bridge. I'm guessing. I've never been, but that's why it's called Standford Bridge. There's an intimacy thing about. Listen, before you get to the train, we want you to interact with your brothers and sisters.
Who is brothers and sisters, man? Everybody's like shoulder to shoulder, and you have horses. Careful.
You guys are laughing at me.
Oh, guys, you see this Saturday, right? We're playing Aston Villa, right?
Yeah.
The kickoff, I think, is at 3:00 in London time, right? I have to be there at 12:30.
Oh, wow.
Just to get the parking. Because the residential area and the fans, the combination, is hard to find parking. So it's first come, first serve.
Oh, Guled, listen, I've been to so many games. Well, I played, but I've been to so many games. And the fun about going to games, I've never been to Standford Bridge, but the fun about going to games is it's almost like a six-hour ordeal.
Yeah, it's like a community.
Yeah, but the thing is, there are some people that want to go to the game and get out. I don't want to go to I want the whole 9 yards. No,
the whole experience.
Yes. So if you're telling me it takes you 5 hours, that's typical. That should be typical.
But you have to remember that he lives there. He's from there.
Exactly. So that's why for me, that's why I'm surprised. That's why I'm surprised.
Right. You know why, guys, right? If the game is kicking off at 3, the so-called English Chelsea fans, from 11:30, they'll be at the bars and the pubs.
Exactly. Drinking, I love that.
Drinking and playing pool. Me. Yeah, playing
that's
pool.
Me.
Exactly. So they come early to get the parking, to get in the right mental state.
Now that's why I'm surprised that you're complaining.
Chelsea.
I don't know how people will go to the game and spend 1.5 hours and want to leave just quick, like a business trip. No, you've just come to the shrine at Standford Bridge. I've never been. You guys should be. It should be a whole day's experience.
I don't like crowds, so I think I'll just drive quickly afterwards. Come there, park my car, I don't love
like
crowds. No.
no. If the game is at 12, someone like me, if the game is at 12, we're gonna go and get 8 o'clock. We're gonna catch breakfast. By the time breakfast is over, by then the taps are running, so we can start drinking beer. Yeah, that's us, man. So when I hear that kind of
and when Chelsea wins, that 5 hours turn into 8.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? So I see and I bet you that's the madness behind the intimacy around Standford Bridge. I bet you.
Yeah, it's true.
I know it's an architectural limitation. I get it. I've never been, but from the way you guys are complaining, and many guys that I know that have been there that are saying the same thing, that whole lag in getting to the train is just for Chelsea fans to come on, man.
Yeah,
you gotta,
and guys, the issue with London as well, the roads are very tiny. Like imagine if you come into let's say a housing estate or a neighborhood, right? Imagine you're supposed to turn left, and then you will see one road there, and the road is like 2 lanes, right? In those 2 lanes, people are parked on the left and people are parked on the right. So whatever space is in the middle is meant for 2 sides. So if another car is coming from the other side, I have to park out for him to pass. So imagine after the game when everybody's out.
That's why you got good luck. That's why you got to get there early. Don't be late.
Yeah, I've been going there early.
Exactly. You got to get there early, man. Or don't drive. Leave your car at home.
That's even worse.
Why?
That's even worse. The trains. Goodness gracious. The trains. The trains. There's no space. Sometimes you will miss like 3 or 4.
Doesn't the train stop you off and you walk to the stadium?
No, you can, but it will take you, because when the fans are coming, most of the fans that come like from outskirts, let's say like from different cities, like let's say if you're in Texas, if another fan is coming from like Chicago or coming from New York, they will all take the train. So the trains are going to be in full capacity, and sometimes you'll have to miss like 10. Yeah,
so there's no local trains like London trains versus Manchester.
There is a train. There is a train, but those trains are going to be full.
Don't make me go local on you.
No. They're going to be full, guys. So the train will come at the bus at the stop, but it's so full you can't even get in. So you'll probably miss like maybe 8 or 9 trains.
So you're saying it's better off to drive to the game?
Yeah. Okay. And go early.
Okay.
Wow.
And go early. Because it's Saturday.
So what happens
usually in the weekend?
When the team loses, what do you guys do?
Sorry?
When Chelsea loses, what happens? Do they fight?
No, but they're so angry. Some of them stay back and go back to the pub. Or the bar. So when they go back there,
going back to the clinic.
Exactly. And they will never move their cars.
Exactly.
And then there will be a traffic.
Going back
and then you can't argue with them because they just lost.
Therapy session, of course. Therapy session is important.
So you just have to be patient and wait for an opening.
No, but how can you go to a game and treat it like a business trip? It's terrible. I can't believe people, man. Hey.
No, guys, you know what the issue is, right?
What?
The first season when I started going there, my first season to start going there was 2009. So at that time, I was excited like that.
Exactly.
1 year gone, 2 year gone, 3 year gone, 4 year gone.
Remember, I've never been. So maybe that's what I'm doing.
That's why I'm talking like that.
For you, you see that experience that you're yearning for.
And you want to rush. If I go to Standford Bridge, they're going to kick me out.
Yeah. You see,
because
that experience.
I've come to stay. I've moved in, man. Are you crazy?
That experience you're yearning for is the same experience I had the first 4 seasons. I even took the piss out of it. I dragged it for 4 seasons. But after that, when you realize the timing, when you realize the cars, when you realize the parking, you're like, oh God. The game will finish at, if it kicks off at 3 UK time, we'll finish at 5. I'll probably get close to my house, maybe around 9:30, 10.
On a bad day or a good day?
On a bad day.
And what time you get home on a good day?
But since nowadays is more or less more bad days, I don't want to take that chance.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
You know, but on a good day, it's minimum 3 hours. So probably you get home like 8:30.
I listen. I'm all about the whole. I'm about. If I'm going to a game, I'm killing a day. Put it that way.
No, it's true, and it's fair. It's fair. It's fair. You want the full experience.
Game, I'm killing a day. It's
you know,
literally...
I just don't like it when they play early in the morning from our end here. You know.
I know.
Oh my God.
Oh, your Eastern Standard Time. That's why. Yeah. So early in the morning is going to be hard for you. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Well, you get it out of the way. You get it out of the way.
Yeah, but I always miss it.
but the thing is, Blue Eyes, I really understand what you're saying. So let's say, for example, now, you tell me, you are coming to London and you want to go and watch a game in Standford at the bridge. Okay. I will plan a lot of activities to consume the entire day for you. Okay.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you know, the part me I find frustrating is the physical stress. It's not like the activity.
That's because you're used to it. No, you've seen it all.
No. So let me give you an example.
Sure.
If, let's say, we are in one of the bars now, okay, and it takes me like 20 minutes just to order for a drink. That's where the frustration comes.
Of course, like for me, I want it to be 1 hour to wait for the drink.
No. Because why would you want to wait for a drink for an hour? Having people,
you know why? Because I will use my eyes and eat.
Pouring drinks on you. You cannot get.
But you're going to a game. You expect.
No, but I want to take you to 2 other bars, 2-3 other bars. I just don't want you to see one bar.
You want to give you the full experience.
I don't want you to see one bar. I want to take you to three other bars. I want to take you to even a restaurant.
Because you're tired of it. You're sick of it. Like I think that's what Gula was saying. You've seen it all. For me, it's a tourist experience. It's good luck to you trying to convince me to be like you because you've seen it all. That's the problem. So I hear you. That's why I'm not.
The thing is, in Arsenal Stadium, you can pack in more activities because it's spacious and there's more things around.
For me, it doesn't matter. It's just the game. For me, it's about the game. It's about the bill. The 2 teams on the ticket. That's me. I don't care about infrastructure. I don't care. I don't want to see. It's what got up to go to the names on the ticket, and that's why when I look at this stadium that Abdullah left on his screen, when I look at this stadium, it's perfectly situated. Now. This is why when it comes to when I say digital, people think it only has to do with how much money you make in subscription. You now have to build a digital team around this as well. So there's marketing involved. You can actually make this a sanctuary. You can turn this into you can use the disadvantage into an advantage.
Yeah, but it's a very small stadium, though.
Sorry,
it's too small. 40,000 people only compared to Spirit.
Choma, you know what? The way I'm looking at it, and maybe it's a very limited way, and I know it is a limited way, is if I can guarantee to sell out. I don't know. You guys that go to the games out there. What's a good year of selling out your stadium? Like 40. If you sell out your stadium 50% of the time.
No. Every season it's sellout.
Sold out every season.
So every
because
game
it's 40,000. Because it's 40,000, every season is sellout.
Exactly.
So what happened to the when they
for example, me, Chioma, right? I'm a season ticket holder.
Team, what happened?
No. Let's say, for example, in Chelsea, I'm a season ticket holder, right?
Yes.
For me to get season tickets for next season, I have to start applying from May.
Oh.
From May. Why? Because if I don't, there will be at least 150,000 to 200 in the waiting list.
So now, Chelsea. But what you're saying to me is that if we had a bigger stadium, we won't have a waiting list.
We will have a waiting list, but it will be a bit shorter.
Yeah.
Because if Tottenham, they have 35,000 more seats than us.
And this is the reason why I'm curious.
Those who are outside England, like let's say for example, I want to come and watch one of the games Will I get a ticket?
Yes. No, single is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Because in terms of 1 game or 2 games or 3 games, it's fine. But if you want to buy a season ticket, which is going to force you, basically, if you buy a season ticket, it means I'm going to every game home and away, unless it's too far for me. For example, Wolverhampton, for me to go to Wolverhampton to watch Chelsea, it will take me at least 4.5 hours.
Wow.
That's excluding traffic if I drive there. You know, so those kind of games I might not go. But 80% of the games, if I'm going home and away, that's a season ticket for me.
Okay.
You see, but for a one-time holiday trip, like let's say, guys, or you come, let's say for a month, then you guys want to go for 4 games. You can get that. It's fine because single tickets are sold all the time.
Okay.
But the price will be more. The price will be more because it's a single ticket.
That makes sense. It's a one-off.
You know, so yeah. So let's say if it's a season ticket. If it's a season ticket,
for the US tour now this year. Hopefully, I'll go.
Which one are you waiting for?
No, when they come to North America.
Oh yeah, those are those are good tickets.
Yeah, I'll take time off work. Yeah, but the problem is they announce their date very late.
Minerals is backstage.
Oh, Minerals, where are you? Where are you? Let me bring you back. Where are you? Come back, brother. Come back. I went upstairs, brother. Where are you?
Sorry.
I can't find.
Go ahead, Choma. Sorry.
I can't find the Minerals.
No, what I was saying, the problem with Chelsea, they announce their dates a little bit late.
Yes.
When they are coming to North America.
Yeah.
Yes. They announced it around end of June.
But I'm planning to at least, if they are going to Florida or Las Vegas, wherever they are going, I would love to go. Like, take maybe a few days off.
Exactly.
And go with my family.
Let's say now the season.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go. No, I'm good.
Yeah, let's say for example, a season ticket now is 1,800, right? If you come for 1 day, or let's say you want to watch 1 game, depending on the seat you're sitting, like how close you are to the pitch, and depending on if it's a single ticket, you might pay 220 for 1 ticket.
Wow. That's expensive.
What?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, 200. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
So let's say you see the
even just going to the US to watch them?
No, not the US. I'm talking about Standford Bridge.
Wow, that's expensive.
I can't hear you. Your phone is cutting.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Oh, my that one is expensive. It's expensive.
Child.
Yeah, someone is cutting.
I can hear Blue Eyes. Can you guys hear me? We can hear Bullet.
Yeah.
I can hear you guys and Abdullah and Chioma.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you.
I can hear you. We can hear you. But Bullet, that's one expensive because if I pay that, that's for only 1 people or for married people. How does that work?
This is what I mean. If it's a single ticket, right? It depends on where you sit. So let's say you know the front row, the row which is close to the throw-in.
Yes,
right?
yes.
That front row, if you're sitting there, is minimum 260, 240.
Child, that one is expensive.
And that's per person. But usually families, they sit on top, like in row Z or row Y or row X. Why? Because upstairs is more cheaper. Probably you might get it for £95, £96.
Okay. That one.
But it depends on the experience you want to have. If you want to be close to the players or far.
I look at this beautiful stuff. It's a beautiful masterpiece, man. I wish I was in architecture right now. I look at this beautiful masterpiece, and I look at it as, grandma and grandpa's house every Christmas, every holidays.
Yes.
There's something original about this masterpiece. I don't know why we want to get rid
of it. Blue Eyes stop. It's not.
Wait, guys. Blue Eyes, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Because Blue Eyes, I get what you said in terms of what you said, but Blue Eyes,
it looks like grandma and grandpa's house. Listen, remember that time when you're growing up, you're going to grandma and grandpa's house for holiday.
Blaise, you like to ruffle.
No. You remember when they drive? You remember when you guys are going to the village to grandma and grandpa's house?
For Christmas, right? For Christmas
or any holiday, you're going to the woods, and there's what gets you excited is the originality of that of the environment. You're not driving into the city.
We don't want Master Plus anymore. We are tired. We want new plus, please. We want new team. Blaise, I get what you said, but Blaise, that's why I said I'm happy that the World Cup is coming to America, because you're gonna be seeing some stadium you've never ever seen before. Like, oh my God, how did they build this stadium? I never come here, but this one they moved me. Like, it's like the qualifier for nations, the Abuja stadium is worse. But Blaise, I keep asking myself, why don't we play qualifiers in Uyo? The UHO. Why don't we play qualifiers there in Uyo? Uyo is a beautiful stadium where it's been endorsed by the whole entire world. That's a beautiful stadium. One of the best stadiums we have in Nigeria. Why don't you play the football there in Uyo? Why in Abuja? Because Abuja is worse. It is worse than Abuja. So I'm confused.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
About Uyo.
Yeah.
Talk to us about Osimhen.
It's not only you. People have been coming at me since last week on Osimhen.
You see how I staged that?
I decided to go offline because of Osimhen.
Left wing, you didn't see it coming.
Guys, with all due respect, you need to be in screenplay, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Blaise, leave me and Osimhen.
You didn't see it.
I know you wanted to mention this, but when I'm hearing the video, I'm like, right.
Abdullah, you was offside there. I'm sorry.
I was.
He caught you offside there. Even VAR cannot save you there.
And you know what I'm hearing, Gula? You know what I'm hearing is that the team is not supporting Osimhen. Come on.
You know what, Oga?
Blaise, I don't want to talk about it.
You know what, Oga?
That was the worst excuse I've ever heard.
It's true. It's a bad excuse, guys. But let's be honest. The first game against Guinea, I know you guys.
Sorry, goodness.
Yeah, go ahead.
Blaise, in as much as you want to have a go at Osimhen, Blaise, you must have a go at what is his name?
No.
Because that guy saw a clear opportunity. Square the ball to Osimhen. Is game over. That stupid idiot want to become Lionel Messi on the pitch.
Not only Chukwueze. Even no. Not only him. Even Moses Simon.
Exactly.
Good night, guys. Sorry, I'm going to sleep.
Shoma.
Good night, Shoma. Good night. Have a good day.
Good night.
Good night, Shoma. Bye.
Right. I don't want to talk about Nigeria because I've signed out since 06. Please, not Nigeria today. Let's take the topic when it comes.
Abdullah, no, the reason I bring this up is I beg you, moving forward, I don't want you to do any stream with Osimhen again for the next 3 months. Is that okay?
For the next 3 months?
Yeah, at least.
That one was tough because now my guy.
Yeah.
You know, my guy.
Okay.
When it's sports,
Okay, fair enough.
Abdullah will have reason to talk about Osimhen this weekend because he's going to score again.
Of course, I know he will.
Oh my
the
God.
guy he can't score for.
I remember what you talked
No,
about.
it's not that he can't score for his national team. That national team is just garbage, man. And the coach doesn't know what he's doing. So
I cannot argue that one.
No, I tell you one thing.
Blaise, I get what you said. I'm not disputing what you say when it comes to Osimhen. Blaise, Osimhen and international football. I understand that. But Blaise, we have brilliant idiot in the attack, and it's annoying.
Abdullah.
Yep, I'm listening.
How haven't you heard me saying recently before they played before the international that we have to be very careful how we assess strikers? That it's not every striker that can play as a lone striker. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they are not a good striker. That some strikers actually need to play as a twin striker. I think that's where we're getting it wrong with most of these strikers.
No, but not with Osimhen. Sorry.
Blaise, Osimhen is not a bad player. I keep telling people Osimhen is a good player. But
I'll tell you something there. Osimhen is an up-and-coming world-class striker. However, Osimhen internationally is below average. That's all.
Yeah, but the team is below average now.
Yes,
But I'm just saying, based on Abdullahi's standard, where when you hang your picture,
I put Osimhen in a very high pedestal. Yes, I agree.
But Blue Eyes, number one, I think I'm not really sure. Maybe Osimhen is a lone striker now, or has to play as a twin striker.
For Nigeria, before Napoli,
naturally as a striker. That's number one. Number two is, if you don't create chances for a striker, how on earth do you actually grade them? You don't create chance for a striker. So how do I want to create? How do I want
I'm blue. I am getting. It's gonna get on my nerves right now. I'm a bit calm on Osimhen. In one instant, I will tell you the instance. I'm a bit calm on him. But if this guy keep doing this bullshit, I might have to go at him personally, and I don't like doing it. Blue Eyes, how do I have a striker who is in form and he does not take penalty? Excuse me, how?
Maybe the coach. Maybe the coach.
No. In Napoli too.
Let me answer that question.
Napoli guy said they said when it comes to taking penalty for Osimhen, you just say that I'm a team player. I don't want to take. Excuse me.
Let me answer that question. The best way to answer that question is come back. Let's talk about Osimhen's ability. It's not about penalty taking. It's about ability. If you're a top class striker and you're left in no man's land, how do you convert that status into productivity? That's how you know the kind of striker you are. Is when you're surplus to requirements. How do you make yourself useful? It doesn't always have to go your way.
Yep, that's true. I agree.
I don't know why people don't get it.
I agree. But Bless, I get what you're about.
Listen, the best strikers in the world are the ones that make something out of nothing.
Yeah. You need to have flexibility in your game.
You do. The door is not always. You're not always going to get red carpets. No.
Good guys.
You're not always going to get red carpets. Sometimes the door will be shut with gate, with security.
And you have to find a way.
You have to find a way. And this
But that's why I said I like what Abdul said because.
Does that not come to what I'm saying? That some strikers can just not be lone strikers. Not that because they are poor strikers, but is their natural ability does not make them to fit. Does not fit them. Just to make them lone strikers, that you have to make them strikers to actually get the best. We're talking about generally getting the best out of a striker now. You know what I mean?
The best Nigerian strikers right now, historically, did it really matter their portfolio, or were they just go-getters? The best, I'm saying the best. If you were to count the 5 best strikers that you know of, don't forget about history for Niger. Do you think they were a particular profile, or do you think no matter which profile they beat, then they would score?
So let me. To me, this is me talking.
Yeah.
I respect any other person's view.
Opinion. Yeah.
The best Nigerian strikers I've ever seen is Rashidi Yekini.
Yeah.
And he's one of the best strikers I've ever seen or I've ever witnessed in the world. To me, I'm not saying he's the best, one of the best in the world. Okay, and I'll tell you why. Okay, it's like putting Didier Drogba 3 more levels up. They are almost the same, but they cannot. It's not that they can play best, or what makes them unique. Okay, it's not that they can create their own chances from nothing. They're not like a Benzema or George Weah. You know what I mean? Give me the ball, I'll beat 3 people, and then I'll go score like George Weah.
No matter
but what distincts them is, you see that chance you create for them, even if it's a quarter of a chance, their natural ability and determination to get to that quarter of a chance and convert it to a goal is what distincts them. So you know, like when you are playing defense, Blue Eyes, you've played ball before.
Yes.
You know there are some 4 players. You just know, like, as a defender, I'll just kick the ball forward. They'll get to the ball anyhow.
Something must happen.
They will get to the ball. It doesn't matter where you kick it. As long as the ball is still on the pitch, something will happen. They will cause some kind of confusion. That's the kind of striker I see Rashidi Yekini and Didier Drogba. Even if it's just 1% chance, the chance is 1%. Because of their natural ability and determination to get to the end, they would convert it, even if it's not a good chance that you've created for them. That's what makes them different. And that's how I see.
But it takes some level of intelligence. I'll do.
That's part of it. Thank you. I didn't add that. They have that intelligence. They can read quickly. You see, that's how I rate Rashid Yakini, and that's what makes me fall in love with him as a striker. Even much
don't
more
remind
than
me of Yakini, man.
Even much
That
more
guy.
than those strikers where you give the ball like George Weah, they can beat players and whatever. You know what I mean? So that's why I rate somebody like that, and that is how I used to, why I
George
prefer
Weah,
those kind of strikers. That's why I prefer those kind of Rashidi Yekini strikers.
Yeah, but it's sad what happened to him, man. Don't even remind me, bro.
Yeah.
That is sad, man.
People underestimate Rashidi Yekini. I think I'm with you on that one with Rashidi Yekini. He's my best Nigerian striker ever. However, people underestimate what George Weah brought to the game, man.
Yeah, George Weah was a different beast.
I don't know where he learned his football, man. There's got to be. We need to talk to his oracle, because there were times when George Weah will go looking for goals, and he would look head, shoulder, deep, knee and toes, head and shoulders, knee and toes, and he will find goal. You know what George Weah would do? Can somebody guess? George Weah
in what situation, okay?
When he's looking for goals and he doesn't find any. Do you know what he does?
He will force the issue.
No. He plays defense.
Yeah, he will drift down. He will play between the number 10 and 8, and then he will start the attack.
You play behind to hide, so you forget about him. Man, that guy. That's why when I see him. Sorry, go ahead, Abdul.
You know what?
But that's one thing I can critique Osimhen with, because he does that in Napoli. But I don't know why in the Nigerian team the guy's not doing that.
Don't mind him.
You see,
I don't understand.
Waiting for the ball to
we go to Osimhen, okay? George Weah. What makes George Weah? You see, if George Weah was South American, he would have won the Ballon d'Or like 3 times. You know, George Weah won it like once, or what they used to call the Ballon d'Or then, or whatever. Yeah. He won best football of the world, or he won. If he was a South American,
rightfully so,
he would have won it like 3-4 times, because what he has is very difficult to have or to find.
What do you think he has? Let me ask you, what do you think he has, Abdul?
Okay, let me analyze it. You see, most forward players, or most of, superstar or flashy players, okay, they either can dribble very well, or they have trickery. See, there's a difference between trickery and dribble.
Absolutely.
The best person that has trickery, to me, that I can use, that comes to mind now, I can use as a quick example, is Kano. Kano has trickery, but he cannot give me the ball and then I'll dribble past 1, 2, 3 players. Dribble. No. He can't really dribble. But he has trickery. He drops a shoulder and then he shifts the ball to one side.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He flicks the ball over your head. That's all trickery. But you see, George Weah has trickery and he has dribbles. Where he has to use dribble, drop one shoulder, shifts the ball. Okay?
Baller.
And dribbling, he can dribble. Gives him the ball, he dribbles past you. So he has those 2 elements. Very rare to find in a 4 player.
Baller.
I dare anybody to count, to give me 4 players.
You forgot one thing, Abdul. You forgot one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
George Weah, even though he had trickery and dribbling, his dribbling always had purpose.
Of course, he's a goal getter. He's a striker.
Yeah. He will dribble, but he will make sure he score.
No, that one is so obvious. That's why he scores the number of goals he scores. But he has trickery, he has dribbles. Very difficult. Very difficult. Either you find a player who can just dribble, okay, obviously with the end product we're talking now, or you find a player who just has trickery.
Yeah.
But this guy, both is rare. Finds 2. This guy, people like Maradona are he's just like one level below players like Maradona.
And he had physicality as well.
And he had physicality, of course. So that's what distinct George Weah as a footballer, and that's why we've not seen any player like him or close to him. Sometimes the only players that can come close to him are the ones that are actually world class, like the Benzemas, the Henrys. But even look at those players, you will still take George Weah ahead of them.
Yeah, he was a different beast, man.
Totally different, man. I don't know how they make these guys.
You know yeah, nah, you'll never see another George Weah. It's very hard.
Let's round up with another throwback, which I wanted to do last week, but now I find a way to find it to figure it out.
Yeah, but Abdullah, before you do that, I want to ask the panel a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Since you guys are talking, you brought up Nigeria, and our guys brought up Nigeria. I have an issue, right? Because I watched both games, the win and the loss against Guinea. The issue I have is, and you guys can answer me because you guys are from there. The players, are they playing for the team or are they playing for personal gain?
Gullet, thank you very much. I was about to ask that question because in the national team now, I think based on what I'm seeing, and people have been saying, I know players will not believe this, there's too much ego, and because the shining light right now in world football in Nigeria now is Victor Osimhen. There is a lot of hatred in him that whenever the player like Chukwueze, Moses Simon, whenever they get the ball, they want to score. Osimhen will make runs and they will ignore him. Chukwueze did that in the first time when we won 1-0 2 times. Victor was calling for the ball, pass me the ball. He did not pass. If you look at that match, Osimhen was angry with Zaidu Sanusi. Why was he angry with Zaidu Sanusi? Because Zaidu Sanusi was behaving stupidly. Why would you be found players close to the box 18 when you can easily get the ball off him and recycle the ball and reset? So whenever Osimhen Osimhen cannot be the only guy having a conversation, fighting with the players when we have a man, we also have another mannequin as a coach, which I don't even understand. So I'm confused. The shining light right now in Nigeria is Victor Osimhen, and there's a lot of hatred in the camp where the manager needs to come out and fix. He's not fixing it. That's my problem. There's too much egos, there's hatred, there's a lot of things going on.
I'm gonna be honest with you. The first game, you guys were not even supposed to lose. If the players made the right decisions, you guys were not supposed to lose. And the second game, you guys would have won 3-1, 3-0, 4-0.
Too much of egos.
But I have seen players literally see Osimhen open and take shots from difficult angles when you don't even have to take the shot. And this is why I'm asking this question. Because me as a footballing fan, the last time I remember Nigeria playing as a team, even though they went out in the quarterfinals, was when they lost to Denmark. It was 1998. Remember?
Yeah, I do remember.
Yeah, when Taribo West, or shall I call him Pastor West, came out and said the night before, the reason why we lost is every guy had babes in their room. But let's be honest, right? Let's come back to football. Let's come back to football. The reason why Nigeria became Nigeria is because the players back in the day used to play for the team. But these players now, they're playing for personal name development. They know the world is watching. Everybody wants to shine. It's not about team. This is the issue I've seen with Nigeria. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, you are right. Gullet, you are right. And that is annoying me because I understand Bula's point on Victor Osimhen. But why am I going to put the blame on Osimhen? Where Osimhen is already free. I'm seeing Chukwueze and Moses Simon playing like Ronaldinho and Messi. I'm like, you have a striker in the box 18. Can you please part of the striker?
Listen, Osimhen, what's his name? Chukwueze and the other guy. And the guy you mentioned, Victor Simon, were terrible. But Osimhen was worse. Osimhen was worse than them. Listen, I already told you that this guy is not ready. Chukwueze is not ready for the big leagues for me. No, even Moses Simon is not ready for the big leagues.
Simple openings, they were never passing them.
What it says to me is that Osimhen is a world-class player, but he's a system player. Which is okay. I embrace it. He's a system player. That's all I'm saying. It's not. I'm not trying to be.
But you know what's frustrating, guys? When these guys play for Villarreal, this guy can assist. He doesn't even take time with the ball. If you see somebody open, he will set him up.
No,
but when it comes to Nigeria, it's a different story.
No, when you play AFCON, listen, when you play AFCON, the guy on the opposite position wants to be in your place, wants your contract. But a lot of these kids don't know. Just because you play overseas, you go soft. These guys want to eat your lunch. They will sample you. They're like, you're an international player. Correct. They will practice for you. These people are, it's like I said before, it's like getting a selfie. It's like an Instagram selfie. They want a selfie with international players. And a selfie means they want to take your shirt. So a lot of our kids, because they play up here, become soft in the process. You go back home and you think you're going to trick your way to the goal. Nah, man. You have to physical your way to the goal.
No, you're right, guys. I don't disagree with that.
Angry. Men are angry.
Yes, but you want your players to play for the team, right?
No, good lad.
It's about the team, right? Yeah, go ahead.
See, you see, is from a player's perspective, there's always two problems or two things that bring problems. And the number one is ego, and then the other one is tourism. You see, you have players when they come to play for the national team, they either come as tourist players, or even if they are not coming as tourist players, they have an ego. So it's easy. You can easily get rid of the tourist players, because those ones are not disciplined. So they just come just to get the money, the extra money, a few $1,000, and then that's it. They're happy for it. Those ones you can easily get rid of those ones.
You don't find those anymore, man. There's no tourists anymore.
No, they are tourists. No. Kenneth Roa actually got rid of a lot of them in 2000. When they first appointed him, he said he doesn't want any tourist players, and I saw that some of our players that were coming from Israel and all those parts, he stopped calling them. Oh, okay. So those ones are tourist players, and I've heard a top Nigerian professional once saying to me that they invited him, but they're not paying for his ticket. That what do they want him to come and do?
No,
then
but
I looked at him.
I'm talking about recent football, though.
No, I looked at him. I'm thinking in my head, like, what? This guy, like, the way he blows money, what's a ticket to him? So him is like ego. Okay, but the thing is, what I'm trying to say is, you can easily get rid of the tourist players, but the ones that have ego is difficult because ego is kept within them. And if you're not a very smart coach, a very intelligent one, and you're used to these players, you might not be able to source out the one that has ego or not. And those are the ones that actually ruin your team. Because when they're supposed to pass,
you know the kind of ego that Stephen Keshi had? Do you know the kind of ego that Mikel had? Is it because we just saw the good side of Mikel?
No, but guys, they were leaders.
I know.
They were leaders.
As we said,
they were leaders that put the team first.
Okay, maybe ego is actually the right word. But what I mean is, if somebody is jealous about the next player,
personal gain.
Abdul, God bless you.
But somebody is envious. If they have envy towards this player or that player, it's difficult to tell. You just discover that this guy has the ball. He never kicks the ball in one direction. But those ones are difficult to tell, except you're a very smart, intelligent coach.
But that, you know what? That one you can, even if you're Pep, you don't see those things. The only thing you can solve for, let's go to math. Let's say we're trying
national team, Nigerian national team.
I know, but those things you cannot control, but you can solve for X. And what you solve for is you use people's powers against them, because you're trying to get the best players. You don't get it. That's what I'm trying to say. You're trying to get the best players at the end of the day, players that will win. And you have to keep the what do you call it? You have to keep the spirit competitive. So if there is jealousy and you know that there is talent, is it because of jealousy that you're going to squash, you're going to put them aside? You're going to have to find a way to
mold them.
I'm not talking about what the solution. I'm not suggesting solutions, but I'm just saying to Gulad, these are the two main elements that is a problem in the Nigerian national team.
No, stop. Come on. You haven't watched Nigerian football in a long time. If you're saying this, please don't say this loud. Come on.
Which other main problems, player problems we're talking about?
It's not. It has not. Listen, if that was the problem, then we're okay.
No, player problem. What other player problems do you have?
Now, let's talk about when it comes to Nigeria.
Abdullah, hold on. Let me answer Abdul.
Okay.
It says to me that you actually haven't watched this Nigerian team for a very long time, because what you're saying right now, hold on. It's not about knowing what the player problems that will answer the question. That's not the reason. No, that is not it. Why do you think that Nigerian football is where it's at today? Let me ask you,
Abdul. About Nigerian football now. Guled said,
I would say politics.
We're talking about the problems, the player problems. We're talking about player problems. I'm not talking about external problems.
Nobody's talking about external football. Nobody's talking about external
player problems now. So
it's not. It has nothing to do with
yeah. But Abdul, I think the issue comes from the Nigerian Football Association first.
Come on, man.
No, but I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about.
Oh, you mean
problem of? I'm saying
players,
the players. We're talking about this player. You know, where we started was why did this guy have a clear chance and not deliver the?
If you want to talk about,
player problems that exist most of the time.
There's no player problem. We just don't have right scouting. We already know this problem. We're not scouting the right players. I mean, and this is maybe it's my own opinion, but we just know that we're not scouting the right material.
Oh, guys, this is the frustrating part for me when I watch Nigeria. Right?
Yeah.
This team, if they play as a team, they even have the capability to win the AFCON.
No, they don't.
They do.
No.
If the players play for the team, they do.
No,
the amount of chances they create,
we don't have
and the way. Yeah, no, but guys, let's be honest. You was watching the game now. Yeah, the amount of chances they create, and instead of them completing the chance by making a killer pass, they make it a half chance by taking a shot.
Say that loud. Stop saying the amount of chances we created loud. Don't say that loud. It means you didn't want the game. Because if we created,
I know, but
everybody says something, say that loud. Everybody says something.
Hold on. The reason I'm saying that is if we created chances, Guled. No, I'm trying. Obviously it's a blanket statement, but if you create chances, it means Osimhen would have scored. Osimhen, ask Abdullah how many chances Osimhen had in the game.
He didn't have much. In the second half, he didn't have much, but in the first half,
he saw the game. He didn't have any chance.
In the first game, he didn't have any chance. In the second game, I saw him have maybe one or two chances. I saw him. I didn't watch the whole game, but I saw him have one or two chances.
He has one that hit the post. And after that, that's it.
You're spot on. Nobody's arguing with you, Abdul. You're spot on. That's exactly the story.
Well, because this brings me back to what Guled was in terms of the politics and because if Osimhen as informed as he is, Ademola Lookman as informed as he is, Samuel Chukwueze as informed as they are, you have to play as a team to win football matches. And
I don't.
Okay, go ahead.
Listen, I don't mean to interrupt you. Maybe Harry Kane spoiled it for me because when Harry Kane is not scoring, you know who the best number 10 is in EPL today? Harry Kane. The best number 10 in the EPL. Anybody go and Google it. Go and argue with your people.
But I get what you say because Kane is an intelligent player. Osimhen is 24. So I can understand the criticism where you're going to have Osimhen because I still believe he still have a lot of GA to burn in his ability to play in terms of just his ability as a player, which I understand the criticism. And I welcome that criticism any day, any time. But in terms of scoring goals, Osimhen would not have any issue when he scores goals. But my problem with not even Osimhen with the team is when it comes to national team, Osimhen have a problem with majority of the players because I see so many egos, so many hatred around him. I'm like, you guys, you can see, no,
I will not take this. No way. No, I cannot.
It's not ego or guys, it's envy.
No. You cannot because Osimhen is not producing. You're gonna put it on the rest of the players. That's bullshit.
No. I'm not putting on the players. I'm saying
we mean
we are not playing as a team.
As a
which
group,
is not making
there is no group cohesion.
You're missing the point. Abdullah said he sees a lot of animosity against Osimhen. That's not right.
No. I see so many hatred around him in terms of the player belief. Okay. Let me explain. Why I said that
there's no cohesion.
If Chukwueze, Samuel, Moses Simon get the ball, you have a striker who is making one. You know that first leg. Wait. You know that first leg. Chukwueze saw the ball. Osimhen was making one, and he passed from his right wing. He passed to Moses Simon, and Victor Osimhen was shouting at him, "I'm the nearest man to you. Pass me this ball. Why are you giving to Moses Simon?" And they started fighting. And then the coach was like, "Man, what is going on here? If Osimhen is making one as a striker and you are passing to Moses Simon, who is a left winger, that's being daft as a player. You don't have brain. That does not make any sense to me. Because a striker in your pitch is making runs. And
Let me tell you
closer
something.
to you. And you are passing to the left wing.
Let me tell you something. I think a lot of us have forgotten how football works. But let me remind you. I don't know what position you guys all played, but I can guess if I were to guess.
Okay.
Well, let me tell you something about football. If you try your striker and try your striker and you try your striker and you don't see any current, what happens? You forget about your striker.
But Blue, I get what you say. But
if you're a winger, if you're an attacking midfielder, and you try your striker and you try your striker and nothing is happening, you cannot push a rope. You can't push a rope.
Because you always say this, nearly cannot kill you. How do you put it?
Thank you.
I don't know how you put it, but that's how you usually say it.
God bless you. Nearly cannot kill a bird. So what happens when you play football, right? And if you're an assist, if you're a guy that gives to the scorer, the attacker, or sorry, the number 9, or whatever the number is, if you do it for several times and you don't get an output, even if you don't do it for several times, but for some reason, if there are no goals, by nature, you start wanting to do it yourself. It's just football. Doesn't matter what team you play for.
But Blue Eyes, I agree with what you say, but you can be yourself.
Listen, if Osimhen was scoring for national side, the balls will come to him. But these guys don't say Osimhen no carry any bullets. That's why they're not going to him anymore. The guy cannot score.
Yeah, but guys, that is wrong as well.
How?
Because it's about the team. It's not about the player. If this is your striker and he's doing it day in, day out in the Serie A, right? He could have 2 or 3 bad chances, fair enough.
True.
But this is what makes a good striker. Give him more, he will try again and again and again until he breaks the duck.
But guess what? That's why to get respect, you have to take it. So when you're not scoring and the ball is not coming to you, you have to go and take the ball and score. Thank you. Hi, my God, Guled, eh? God bless you. This is what I'm trying to say. If you're not scoring and the ball is not coming to you, and like Abdullah is saying, they are hating on you, guess what you need to do? You need to stake your claim so that you gain the respect back.
So you can earn the respect. Okay, I get what you said, Blue Eyes. I get now. I get what you said.
This is how Abdullah starts. You say, "I get."
No. See, because Blue Eyes, the way you put the way you analyze this, I get that. But if that's the case, Blue Eyes, can Chukwueze and Moses Simon use their brain? There's no use their stomach to play ball.
No, those guys. I told you those guys are not ready.
Yeah, but guys,
why are they being called up?
Guys,
why are they being called up?
This is what Oga has just said.
We have to go for our best. So
no, but what Oga has just said is perfect for this analogy I'm going to say now. Before I say the analogy, look at the African teams that did well in the world. Look at Morocco now; they just beat Brazil. Their front 3, apart from Ziyech and maybe Al-Nassiri on a good day, They are not as technical as the front three of Nigeria.
No.
Yeah, but the thing is,
but they play as a team, guys.
Do you want me to talk about
They are
Morocco?
one unit.
Do you want me to talk about Morocco, or do you want me to talk about Morocco?
No, no, I'm giving you an example. Let's not go to Morocco. But
Okay,
what I mean is, guys, the unity, even if the player is mediocre, they play as one unit. Brazil even didn't even know what hit them.
But let me ask you something. Remember when Leicester won the league?
Yeah.
Remember how people started analyzing Leicester like it was a very top scientific side? Look at Leicester. Yeah. Come on, man. So again, I'm nothing against Morocco. Morocco is a top side, but
I brought it up as an African example.
Okay, fair
Morocco
enough.
did it. Senegal 2002 did it.
Of course.
Nigeria 94 did it.
Morocco has the best record in World Cup for Africa right now. Historically.
Yeah.
Yes.
And remember Senegal 2002?
Absolutely.
They played as a team.
Against Turkey.
Yeah, and against France.
And against
they played as a team, and then we got to know them.
Absolutely.
But it was one unit. Even this is why we fell in love with 1994. With Rashid Yekini and Siasia and all these people.
But what we're trying to say,
because there was unity, guys.
I know. I hear you. Listen, I don't think you're listening to. Listen, the thing is, we're trying to understand why Osimhen is not scoring. Okay, and then and the best way, in my opinion, to understand why Osimhen is not scoring is to take away the number of assists that never got to him and look at him just cooking
as a player. Okay.
Did he cook? Did Osimhen cook?
No.
He didn't even boil water.
Talk less of even fine dodo. I'm a big fan of Osimhen, but you have to, when the truth sets in, we have to have a serious conversation about that. And because in as much as he annoys me, you know that the most annoying part about it is
I don't even know what
after that African
it's like you guys can carry on.
I've been hearing some text messages. People just want to injure me on Twitter just because of Victor Osimhen. And I understand. I say, no boy, I understand Osimhen. I will absorb the criticism.
And you know my problem. You know my problem with him is anytime we are playing, he's always complaining with his hands, like he really missed a big chance. I'm like, what the heck are you doing? Why are you looking like a traffic warden in the middle of a game?
Because he's frustrated. He's
frustrated at what? The fact that
because the teammates are not on the same level with him in terms of making better decision making.
Please stop.
I'm talking about decision making. Blue eyes.
I can't listen to this again, man. Stop. What the heck is this?
You know what? Go ahead, guys.
Guled, just one last thing. This guy is 0-3 in international football for goals. Come on, man. Stop.
I understand. That's why I'm annoyed that it doesn't take penalty. That's what is.
It's better for him to stay in Napoli. Don't come for national games. Come.
But this is very frustrating, guys. Because when he plays for Napoli, when he doesn't get the ball for even 10 minutes, this guy will play as a number 10.
Yes,
he will be the first one to start the attack.
Exactly.
Just like we're talking about.
What are you talking about? Listen, guys. Victor Moses comes back home. He scores. Alex Iwobi, that is even Ajibo, comes back home. He scores. Mikel Lubi comes back home. He scores.
But Blaise, Osimhen has been scoring.
No, I don't know what the heck is.
Blaise is 22 goals away from Yakini's record. It's just 22 goals away. He's 17 goals now for the national team. Osimhen, he's 22 goals away to break Yakini's record. He's 22 goals away. He's on 17 goals already. If he scores 22 more, he will break Yakini's record.
He will break it. Listen,
he's on 17 now. He has 22 more to break Yakini's record.
But he should have scored. He could have made it 18. He had a chance to make it 18.
Guys, you know why I believe he will do it? He will do it. Because I think the issue is because he's been playing for Napoli for so long. He knows their style of play. But with the international team, you only have one camp, which is probably going to be a few days before every game. So I think in time, he will understand that he has to drift back and start the attack. He will understand that because I don't think he understands it at the moment.
No. Listen, if I'm Osimhen,
Mm-hmm.
just when you come back to national sides, just score. He's finding it difficult. I haven't seen this guy create a chance for himself in a long time. In international football,
he has the capability, guys.
No, he don't. Like, does he?
Yeah, you remember what he did in the Serie A against Mourinho's team?
You didn't hear what I was saying. What you do against Syria is different from what you do from boys in the streets.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. No, it's true. You're right. But he has the capability. He has the capability if he's hungry enough.
Anyways, according to somebody said Osimhen is from the street too. So
he's from Ajegule.
Yeah, he's a street boy. But, boy.
So let's hand it up with this guy here. Quick take on him. Go ahead and I'll go to him. We'll hand it up with Blue Eyes. I know we watched him play, but I kind of like him. Blue Eyes.
Good Johnson, man, top class player.
The Icelandic warrior.
Yeah, this guy, man. The top class player.
What can I say, Abdullah? Only if we could take his brain and give it to us.
I'm telling you.
Relax, easy.
I'm pulling your leg. Yeah, this guy.
How do you rate him, man? Because I think the best one I watched.
This guy is the definition of a thief in the box. A definition of a thief. Do you know how many half chances he scored? At times, even the ball is going out with a fierce cross, and this guy will slide from nowhere and score. This guy is the definition of hungry when it comes to a striker. Every time he came on that pitch, he proved the point. He proved the point. Yeah, he proved the point, and he was playing with stars, and he still proved the point, to the point that they couldn't even bench him sometimes.
Yep.
He gave Mourinho a headache. He gave Ranieri a headache. He couldn't bench him. Man, this guy, in terms of professionalism, hunger, an eye for a goal, and especially counter-attack. This guy, when he was playing, I would say between 2003 and 2005, I would say, this guy was top 5 strikers in the Premier League. But the issue was he never had consistency because there was too many stars. So for me, this guy was a joy to watch. And man, there's nothing else to say, man. He's a historical monument in his country. So. I rest my case, man.
He's Swede or Icelandic?
Yeah, he's from Iceland.
Yeah.
Yeah, he like after the president, he's the second most important person in the country. Because the country is small, guys. There's only 300,000 or 400,000 people.
Coach Johnson, what a player he is. What a player he is. So let's give you a take on it. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So, I was listening to what Gulad was saying, and everything Gulad was saying, I was thinking, okay, when is he going to say the most important thing about this player? And then at the end of it, he says he didn't have consistency. Okay, because when you first showed his picture, what came to my mind immediately was his mentals. He did not want it enough. This guy is one of the most skillful players that's ever played in the Premier League. Period. But he didn't want it enough. The mentals was a little bit weak. That's why he didn't have that consistency Gulad is talking about. I believe a player like Gudjonsson or like Anelka, if they've actually looked in the mirror and beat themselves on the chest and say, this season I want to be the best player in this season, they actually had the ability and capacity to do it.
Absolutely.
But they didn't have that mentals. There was something, I don't know what to call it.
Mean like a block in their mind.
They have a kind of block where they couldn't really I don't know, but I saw ability, but the mental side of it, I wouldn't say it's weak, it's strong, but they never wanted it. That hunger of wanting it enough, like Cristiano Ronaldo's wanting it enough, Didier Drogba wanting it enough, Henry wanting it. Like if this guy had the mentals of Henry, Henry could not touch his shoes. That's
You
how
know what's
talented
interesting, Abdul?
he was.
You know what's interesting? This guy was so consistent that, I mean, sorry, inconsistent, that even the little ounce of magic that he showed us convinced Barcelona to get him.
Exactly. And they asked him, this is where I would say like he didn't want it enough, like his mentals is a bit weak. They asked him that, so why did he take why did he go to Barcelona? And he said something along the lines of like, after playing under Mourinho or after playing in Chelsea for X amount of years, he got a bit tired of like having to prove himself every season. A great player wants to prove themselves every season because they want to go like a level up.
That's a weak mentality, though.
Exactly.
Right.
And when I know that this guy actually, I used to always watch him and think like, oh, he's a little bit weak mentally, but I don't know. It seems like he doesn't want it enough. When Mourinho first came and they were asking him about the preseason, and he was like, "Oh, the preseason was okay. We had a good preseason. Whatever. The coach is really good. He's a little bit imposing." Da, da, da. And I thought, like, what do you mean a manager is a little bit imposing? So it's actually his mentals. But to be honest, when I look at this guy and when I look at Anelka, I look at them like, are they really fulfilled now that they're no more playing football? Did they really give it their all? Do they look at themselves and feel fulfilled like a Thierry Henry will feels fulfilled like I gave it my all and I did everything I could do?
So sorry, Abdul, for interrupting you, but I want to ask you
go
guys a question. Because you brought up Anelka, did anyone in the panel watch his documentary on YouTube?
I did.
No,
I watched it on Netflix.
Yeah, no, it's on YouTube, Abdul. If you type Anelka documentary, it will come up.
Okay. Yeah, also
they made a documentary about his mentality, but they never made a documentary about Good Johnson. Continue.
No comment.
But Anelka was more high profile in this kid than Good Johnson. But the thing is with Anelka is I can't really say Anelka is his mentals, because for you to go through what Anelka went through and not professionally focused, and you are still professionally focused, then it shows you have like a strong mentality.
Yeah, but the name of the documentary is something along the lines, the man who was his own worst enemy. Continue.
Oh, who, Anelka?
Yeah.
You are sick of saying that.
Yeah, but Anelka was Anelka. No, I can see it's like writing a documentary on Rodman, Dennis Rodman. You use the same pen.
But is it that Anelka didn't want it enough, or he was just what do you call it, rebellious sometimes to his own detriment? Because if you look at Anelka, if you look at Anelka, okay, have you ever read anything negative about his professionalism? Maybe he didn't arrive on time for something, or he was out in a club with some funny people drinking with the opposite sex or whatever. You never see anything that is negative towards his football. It was only about other things like he abused a coach, or he didn't laugh enough, or he scores and he doesn't smile. I never saw Anelka out of shape. Every team he played for, it seems he's playing his best, but there was always something missing. I don't know.
He was a party animal. Him and Haji Diouf, when he came to Liverpool, they became best friends.
I've never heard of that before.
Yeah.
I've never heard of Anelka being a party animal.
Yeah, him and Anelka. They used to party together in London.
I think maybe you're talking about somebody different. I don't think.
No. I'm talking about Anelka. Nicolas Anelka.
I've never heard of anybody called Anelka. Party
He was a
animal.
party animal. No, like what I mean is like he used to. I'm not gonna say like party every day, but he used to like to go out. So sometimes he'll come late in training. Sometimes he will have issues in terms of his mood.
Really?
You know. Yeah.
I
It's
never heard of this
it's
part
in the
before.
documentary as well. You can
Really?
watch. Yeah.
Wow.
They broke it down. Ask Abdullah. He can be my
Wow,
witness.
I will check. I watch the Netflix one, but they didn't say this on Netflix, so I will go and watch the. I watch
Yeah,
the
it's on
YouTube
YouTube.
one.
It's on YouTube.
But for me though, I love Good Johnson though because how many seasons did he use in Chelsea? Is it 2 or 3? I think it's 3.
A lot. What do you mean 2 or 3? He played 4 seasons before
Four
Roman
seasons.
came.
4 seasons. Yeah.
Before Roman Abramovich, he played like 4 seasons.
What? Because Anelka remind me of, how do I put this?
Remember
I say Anelka.
when Mourinho used
Good
to
Johnson.
call Johnson the blonde Maradona?
Yes,
When
I
he said,
do.
"Oh, I think I should call him the blonde Maradona." He was that intelligent. He was that. His feet were.
Very good.
Oh my God, man! But this
Very good
guy,
player.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Like I said, Gudjonsson is the way Gudjonsson is supposed to be. I don't think you couldn't have written it. I don't think you can write a better script for Gudjonsson.
No, man. But the guy was a baller now. Come
That's what
on.
I'm
Oh,
saying.
guys,
No,
we could have done more.
But we did. He could have done
yeah,
more. The guy was
he
a
like
baller.
that. He was like that. He was a baller, my brother. Like you can't even like, man. I think that was the way his story was supposed to end at Chelsea. He couldn't have gone any better. If he did more than what he did, he wouldn't be what he is today. I think he's one of those that almost I think he's legend, almost legendary status with doing little but very
I kind of
strategic.
see him like if a coach tells him to do something,
Mm.
he would do it out of respect for the coach, but not really because he wants to do it. That's how I look
No,
at his
the
personality.
thing
Like,
is,
okay, coach, okay, you asked me to do this, okay, I'll do it. Fair enough. If that's what you want, I'll do it. But not like from him, like, oh, I have to do this. That's how I
do you,
look at his
let me ask
personality.
you a question. Do you think Mourinho liked him?
Mourinho loved him, man. Mourinho's calling him the blonde Maradona.
But do you think Mourinho used him enough?
He used him as much,
Exactly.
because at some point I think he was playing 10 behind Drogba.
Exactly.
Mourinho tried to use him as much, but I
Good
don't know,
Johnson
man.
saved Mourinho's ass in a lot of games, man.
A lot of
Yeah,
times. A lot of times, man. No, for me, I tell you, this guy they called Good Johnson. For me, is where do I start? I think he's one of the most important attacking pieces in Chelsea modern history.
God, man. I can't believe now we are salivating over Felix when we've
I
seen
know,
people like
I know.
Good Johnson. Oh my
Our
God.
guys put it right. We are living in a nostalgic life.
Very
So
nostalgic.
let's enjoy it.
Very
Let's
nostalgic.
enjoy it. Let's
This
enjoy
guy,
it.
this guy
People,
did not.
Can't you see
people are
my
salivating over Felix.
avatar, Abdul? Can't you see my avatar?
This guy didn't get any
I'm
minutes.
living in a nostalgic life. So
I don't think this guy got enough minutes, but from the
Yeah,
little
I remember Bank and Good Johnson partnership. Oh Lord, child.
it's true.
That partnership.
top class player, man. Top class
That
player.
partnership. I remember that partnership very well.
The first season when Drogba came, guys are even forgetting. This guy was the pivotal reason why we even won the league that season.
No. In our first
But
2 seasons,
yeah,
it was all
first
about
2
Good
seasons.
Johnson. In
Yeah,
our first 2 seasons.
he was pivotal.
The first season, I think he played from the right also. And then the second season, he was playing behind Drogba. He was, man, this guy could have become, I don't know, man. Well, maybe that's what he was supposed to be, I don't know. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it.
No, but think about it, right? If you guys played the game, it's not everybody that made the first 11 every game, is it? In your teams?
No.
No, not everybody, but at least 3 or 4.
Yeah, I get it, but still, it's
Yeah.
not everybody that made, but everybody participated, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So, there's team and then there's roles, and people with roles, even though they're not part of the team, are very useful. It's the people that don't have roles that I guess this is what Abdul calls tourism. Maybe these are the tourist players. People that don't have roles, but you can be a role player and be on the bench. And
That's true.
Johnson, in my opinion, is not a role player. Good Johnson was more of a character. He was a man, even though he was on the bench in some
And you
cases.
know what? We actually got him from Bolton when
Yeah.
Bolton were in the championship.
Imagine.
We didn't even buy him as a Premier League, Premiership player. We bought it from Bolton, as far as I can remember. And Bolton were not even in the Premier League then or Premiership then.
Yeah, they were in the championship.
They were in the championship then when we got him.
Now we want to pick up Pulisic.
Now we will go and pick up players from Atletico and they are still rubbish.
How many tourists do we have in Chelsea right now?
It depends on how many tourist visas you've given
All of
us.
them, including Porter.
You have to check your tourist visa approval section to see how many were approved this season.
Looks like they gave them a pass since they falsified them with sanctions.
You see?
Abdullah, you shouldn't have brought this picture off, man. Because when I think about the players we have now, and I'm thinking, what?
Come on, man. This guy is
don't do this to me, Abdul. But don't. So next week I have a special player I want to bring in this, but I won't say the name yet.
This guy.
We are very low comparing to this.
Do you want this guy to kill the ball in the middle of traffic in the heat of the moment?
Mm-hmm.
That's him. Do you want this guy to redirect the ball into the net in the middle of traffic? That's him. Do you want somebody that can arrive late before you know it and go out and steal the closing game goal?
He's the one.
That's him. Do you want somebody that can hold the ball like you and lay off to his striker? That's him.
That's him. Edwin Johnson. Yeah, what a player.
Do you know what distinguished this guy and Drogba in terms of being Chelsea legends? Okay, was anytime Drogba was willing to accept the competition. This guy did not accept competition.
Yeah, it's the mentality.
Because I heard him say something like, "Oh, this season then they brought that player, and then the next season then they brought Crespo, and then whatever." So it was like he had to prove himself every time. But Drogba, anytime a new player arrived, he's thinking in his mind, in his subconscious, "Okay, want to collect my shirt, Abby? Okay, let's see you try." They brought Crespo back. You're thinking like, "Okay, you're not taking my shirt." They brought Shevchenko. You're thinking like, "Okay, let's have a go." You know what I mean? He's like up for the competition.
They brought Kezman as well.
Yeah, exactly. He's up for the competition. And he's like, okay, let's go. But this guy, he just like, I can't be bothered.
I love Good Johnson a lot because Good Johnson, when I watched him, I was like, wow, this guy not baller, man. But what pains me most about him is his mentality, which kind of annoys me a lot of time. I'm like, what kind of stupid mentality is this?
And the guy can press, so
like,
talk about pressing.
He's intelligent. He's intelligent when it comes to playing.
Press. Oh my god!
I look at some goals. I look at some goals this man scored. I look at the goals this man scored. I'm like, is this good?
Oh my god!
This is.
I remember. You know what goal stands out for me? That goal against Barcelona, man. Chai.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Chai, man.
I'm telling you.
I remember that one. I remember that goal.
Actually, we should actually be protesting at Standford Bridge rather than talk about some of the players we've got now. Imagine we're arguing about Kai Havertz. When we
I have even a better idea.
We should be protesting.
I have even a better idea. You see, Abdullah, yeah? You see this channel? Like after we talk about Chelsea, you have to name it the Chelsea Archives. Because I cannot see any player now for the last 5 seasons where I can watch and I can think I'll remember him in the next 10 years. No way. No way.
But if you look at those years of players that we had then, you can still remember them.
Maybe Kante. Kante has a shout.
Yeah.
Kante has a shout. But the rest, no way.
Kante has a shout for what?
To be remembered.
Of course. No, he's of course.
Yeah, guys, but you see the players we have now, we will never have nostalgic moments with them 10, 15 years later. Never.
Yeah, if Mason Mount behaved himself, but he didn't.
I can't believe.
Have you heard what they said? His agent might be pushing him to go to Bayern since they heard about
Bayern.
Tuchel.
Yeah, the agent is pushing him to go to Bayern to go and be reunited with Thomas Tuchel.
No. That's according to what somebody said earlier today. That's lazy journalism. Just putting one and two together. And
But the
creating a
problem also
story.
is Liverpool wants to. Fabrizio came out and said that Liverpool wants him, but Chelsea said if Mason Mount wants to get 70 million, if he can be 70 million, is yours.
No. But what I'm saying is, Abdullah,
Tosin, I'm about to round up. Late comer, always coming late.
Hey, my brothers, I have to go and have suhoor, so
no
have
worries.
a good evening.
You too, brother.
You too, bro.
You, brother. Tosin, I'm about to round up. Always coming late. Always coming late.
Now for
Yo,
this
man,
guy,
my bad, man. I see on that day for stream, man. I say, man, I come. Like,
Tosin, we're gonna have a discussion maybe tomorrow. Me and you have to come to this. You have not been showing up. Why?
Go Niger. Tosin, go Niger. You go Niger. Let's say you go Niger.
I'm depressed, man. I'm depressed, man.
For what?
But yeah. Oh, you guys talk about Good Johnson though?
Yeah, what a player. Tosin, quick think about him.
Come on, man.
What's depressing you, Tosin? Tosin, what's depressing you?
Just football, man. Football in general.
I thought PSG was okay.
Potter's team week in, week out. Is that not depressing enough?
Come on, how can you have Messi and Neymar?
Mbappe, Neymar, and depressed. I'm confused.
When we are watching Kai Havertz and Mason Mount, come on, man.
Kai Havertz and Mason Mount, and those two are there. They are putting Chelsea for like.
Bread of the same feather flows together.
Yeah, I beg. Get the
no, but come to think of it, Tosin, Verratti is shit. Can we have a discussion, please? I've been waiting.
He's not shit. He's not shit. But okay.
I've been waiting for you. Verratti is shit.
No, I know. I knew you were. I knew you had that agenda bubbling. I knew you had that agenda bubbling.
It's not an agenda. It's reality.
It's not reality, though.
Come on, Verratti is shit. Tosin, come on, man. Can we have a discussion? Can we talk about
how can a genius of the football of the game be shit? Like, that's crazy, bro.
Let's talk about Hakimi.
That's crazy.
Is it about running marathon or maintaining the wing?
How old is Verratti now?
Ask Tosin. Tosin will tell
30.
you.
He just turned 30.
Oh, he's young. He's young. He still has 5-10 years to go.
Oh, you're a troll, man.
To be honest, I'm not being critical of Verratti, but every time I watch him, kind of remember Tosin, and I try to see what Tosin is talking about.
Don't worry, Tosin. Don't worry. When you come in, we'll touch and play. Maybe tomorrow.
Verratti Tosin talks about. I can't see it.
Man,
maybe tomorrow.
Crazy. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Like, dude has one shit game, and now like everybody on his head. That's crazy.
Tosin, don't worry. We'll talk about PSG. Tosin, don't worry. We'll talk about PSG. Don't worry. We'll talk maybe tomorrow.
I never thought you were going to.
If you come early tomorrow, you have like an hour or 30 minutes to rant about PSG.
Honestly, I might not pull up tomorrow. I just wanted to. I actually didn't want to talk about PSG. I actually wanted to talk Chelsea because it's a Thursday, So
okay.
Yeah.
No comments.
But
Tosin, you told us in this team that Tosin, you told us in this team that
look, Marco Verratti Cavalier is the best midfielder in the world. Okay, I don't care about one game. Like, it don't matter to me.
Who's the better player? I jump. Mute.
Tosin, I actually love your opinion because I've only been the lone ranger of this stream that has been defending Enzo. Please tell us about Enzo since he came to Chelsea.
Not today, please.
We're talking about Chelsea, aren't we?
I'm about to run. Bless is going to go 2 hours.
What was Blue?
You will go 2 hours now on
Enzo.
Please don't do the play.
What was Blue Eyes going to ask? What was he going to
ask? They've been telling me how garbage Enzo has been.
Sick for saying this. Blue Eyes, please don't respond. Please don't respond.
No, I'm not saying anything.
This is gonna take 2 hours. Lord have mercy.
No. I won't answer it. Just give me the question. Just give me the question. Let me
Blue Eyes even said
after stream.
I think Blue Eyes even said Enzo doesn't have a first touch at some point.
Oh my god.
That's how low he went for Enzo. He said Enzo didn't have a first touch.
Let's get Tosin. Tosin is going to give him credit now. Listen.
No, but Enzo always been a genius, dog. Like,
Stop.
you know who his idol is? You know who his idol is? He said on YouTube when he did an
Declan Rice?
interview before he went to Benfica.
Declan Rice?
You know who his idol? No, Marco Verratti.
Oh God. See, no wonder.
Hold it.
No
Like,
wonder.
take it. Take it. It is what it is.
I
So,
don't know.
I'm gonna
No wonder.
No,
I'm
but
gonna
okay,
meet.
no wonder, no, but it makes sense. It makes sense why Blue Eyes don't fuck with
It's
you.
it's all coming together. It makes sense, bro.
No comment. No, I'm not commenting. I prefer not to talk.
There's a method to my madness. No wonder.
No wonder.
Hey, think I'm now. Think I'm. Okay, think I'm now.
No, but Tosin, give me your assessment of Enzo since
I
he
haven't
started.
been watching. I haven't been watching y'all like that.
Oh,
I'm
you've
gonna
not
keep
had
it being,
time.
bro. I haven't
Okay.
been watching football at all. Honestly.
Don't worry.
Okay.
We'll write you. I don't want to.
You're not missing much.
They're not missing much. We'll see.
You're not missing
Guys,
much.
like the video, subscribe. Tomorrow we're gonna talk.
Blue Eyes criticism about that.
We're gonna talk Newcastle, Chelsea. We're gonna talk Newcastle United.
I
Man
like
United.
Enzo. I like Enzo.
Story.
Let
Okay,
me-
story. Okay, high jump story. Listen that today. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Tomorrow
but when he doesn't play well, I will criticize him. But I
Okay,
like
you see
Enzo.
your problem. You see your problem. Come on.
No,
Please,
no,
please,
no,
please.
you
doesn't
know me. I'm not agenda based. I will assess a player based on the match. But in general, I think he's a good player. Like I think he's an upgrade to your boy. To Jorginho is an upgrade to Jorginho.
Yes. No, you know what?
He's
It's
an
funny,
upgrade.
Abdul is okay, it's funny you're saying this, and Abdul is saying it too. I was just saying it the other day. I watched him against Panama. Was it Panama?
Mhm.
No. They just played a game against a
International,
South
yeah,
African
international
country.
football. Yes.
He was above world class. And he played in a DM role. He played as
In the
a senior
DM role,
DM.
yeah, he did, yeah.
I was so impressed. I'm like, yo, I was watching this with I'm like, are you serious? His
Mhm.
recoveries, his interceptions, his
So,
Mm.
so did you not remember me when you were watching him as a PM?
You are sick.
Because every time I tell you this guy is a world class DM, so, okay, tell us where. I tell you the World Cup finals. They one game, only one game.
Yeah, but
Shut up,
let me
whatever.
let me tell you about this team that Argentina played. Bahamas beat them 5-0.
So, what's your point?
So what I'm saying is the team that Argentina played is a very soft team.
Yeah.
So because
How many
Enzo
goals?
had
How many goals did Messi score in that game?
Man, but yeah, like, come on, like, there's nothing to take away from friendlies against Panama and Curaçao, bro.
Lord have mercy. No comments. I prefer to keep notes. I prefer to keep.
I don't need to say anything else. You just said the Curaçao.
Like can start for those things.
Relax. I prefer to keep notes.
Come on, man. That's where Curaçao, bro. That's where you go on vacation with your girl,
Exactly.
bro.
Not for football. Not for football.
Come
We're
on,
talking
bro.
about Panama. That's a homecoming game now. They've just won the World Cup. That's a homecoming game.
Exactly. When you see, the thing is that Enzo looks good internationally, but as soon as you come back to club and somebody like Suchek is running on the left wing, and then McGinn is running on the right, don't comport yourself now. Don't comport yourself.
Don't worry, Kante is coming back to help him. Kante will
needs
not the running.
at least 2 months.
Don't worry.
No. So Blue Eyes, are you telling me you weren't impressed with Enzo against Panama?
I was very impressed.
There you go.
No,
he played at the DM though. He didn't even play.
No, I will not lie. No, I said it even after the game. I said I'm a lover of football, and especially that DM role. Listen, Enzo, and you know what I was saying, just to bring the agenda to next level. I was saying it to people that I was watching the game with. I said to them that Enzo, it looks like Enzo is learning the Chelsea way. That was my angle when I was watching that game, because I'm like, this boy don't they learn how to play DM because of his Chelsea circumstances. Because now you know why I figured that out, in my humble opinion, is anytime he gets the ball, Messi and McAllister move forward. They don't look back again. They are confident in the days.
And you know what? I'm starting to fall in love with that McAllister, man.
Come on, man. That guy is a top class player, my brother, man.
We need to do something about that kid, man.
We're looking into him though.
Chelsea will kill him. If you don't come to Chelsea,
He said if we sell Kovacic, we might go for McAllister.
Maybe there, but Chelsea will kill that boy, man. His style of play is not for us. I don't think he's a low block guy. The guy is just too good, man.
Man. No. This is South American kid.
Me and you have this discussion tomorrow. Why do you like McAllister? I don't like Gundogan.
Wait, no comment.
Oh, I take McAllister before Gundogan.
Gundogan. Oh, Gundogan is overrated. Let's be real, man. It's overrated.
No, he's not overrated. Gundogan, let me tell you something.
Gundogan know how to play ball.
A lot of these what do you call? That's why they haven't won the Champions League. A lot of these Pep Guardiola's players are a bit overrated. Seriously, if they weren't playing for Pep, you wouldn't see them. Most of them.
Listen, I tell you the thing about Gundogan. Gundogan is a coach's kid, so he's not really. Every coach wants Gundogan on their team. McAllister is like a DJ on his own. He plays his own music. If you need his music for your party, you hire him, and his music is good, but you need a coach that knows how to use that music. But Gundogan is he's like an extension of the coach on the field. He's not. I don't think he's easy with play. He works too hard. I don't like players that work too hard. I don't like it. I like players that the ball does the work for. I don't know if you understand what I mean.
I get you, but
let's write tomorrow.
No, see, let's give him a pass, man. I don't want him at Chelsea, man. Gundogan.
Oh no, I don't want him at Chelsea either. No, give me Foden. I'll take Foden. Peace.
I just want to sell Foden, but we move.
Cheers, guys.